Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. At least 4 people have been killed in a Russian drone attack in Kyiv as Ukraine fires long-range cruise missiles during attacks on Russia. The UN Human Rights Council has ordered investigators to probe alleged atrocities in Sudan's Al-Fasher. The BBC has apologised to Donald Trump over the editing of a speech in a Panorama programme, but says it will not pay compensation. Now, at least 4 people have been killed in a Russian drone attack in Kyiv. President Volodymyr Zelensky said about 430 drones and 18 missiles were launched during the attack on dozens of buildings in the Ukrainian capital. Meanwhile, a major fire broke out at an oil refinery at a Russian Black Sea port during a Ukrainian attack overnight. For more on this, I'm joined by Vigaldas Ušackas, a former Lithuanian foreign minister who served as the EU's ambassador to Russia. Vigaldas, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Ukraine responded to last night's attack with a long-range strikes targeting Russian oil facilities. Footage has been shared showing an explosion near an oil terminal at a Russian Black Sea port. How much is this crippling Russian oil exports?
Well, we can see that oil prices in Russia already increasing, and in some of the areas, I mean, even the supplies have been going down significantly. So Ukrainians have very little choice. You know, they are in defense for the last 3.5, almost 4 years in this unprovoked war by Russia. So Ukrainians are defending the people, defending their territorial integrity and sovereignty. And, you know, they're not going after civilian objects or like, I mean, apartment buildings like Russia does. Or like the embassy. You know, I saw just a report that Azerbaijani embassy was hurt by Russian long-range weapon. But I mean, Ukrainians are trying to make a damage while going after Russian oil refineries as a petrol station, as a state, as a petrol state. You know, this is important to reduce revenues for the war, and they've been succeeding. About 50% of all Russian refineries were hit by the Ukrainian drones, and that's inevitable as long as Putin continues the war and doesn't sit to the table to negotiate with Zelensky.
And you just mentioned that to me, but as Russian drones and missiles did hit Kyiv, 4 people were killed and many others injured. Is Russia deliberately targeting civilians?
Well, I mean, of course, in the war, I mean, there are different effects. Sometimes they don't, I mean, sometimes it might be just unintentional, but I mean, the history proves itself that Russia is not making at least an effort to avoid destruction and damage and casualties for civilians over Ukraine. So it's I mean, you know, when you attack apartment buildings, I mean, what you're going after. So it is a deliberate strategy from my point of view, which is aimed at, you know, destroying the will of Ukrainian people, making the incoming winter harsh so that Ukrainians would, I mean, drag the feet in the fight to Russia, which I'm sure Russia will not succeed.
Russia says it does remain open to a summit with the US in Budapest. Is the Kremlin serious about ending this war with Ukraine, or is this just another delay tactic?
Yeah, well, Leanne, that's a very good question. You know, I'm asking myself, and I'm asking my Russian friends and colleagues and experts who know Putin well and his thinking. And my question is, you know, what's his mission statement? I mean, that's a real question, is what Putin wants to achieve after almost 4 years. Look, I mean, Russia or Kremlin has been fighting Ukraine, which is 4 times less population, much smaller country. I mean, and they're fighting almost 4 years. Soon it will be longer than Soviet Union or Russia fought the Second World War against Nazi Germany. And, you know, at the end of the day, they have succeeded only by obtaining 20% of Ukrainian territory. And it's, I mean, you know, the primary goal of Putin to see regime change in Kiev is beyond of feasibility. So I'm wondering myself, what are the current President Putin's war games, what his mission statement, what he wants to achieve. From my point of view, and reading, you know, the body language of his conversation with Trump, he wants to make a deal with Donald Trump. The deal which would go, I mean, I think which would freeze the contact line further to the west of Ukraine, so that, you know, Russia would declare at least, you know, occupying a larger part of Ukraine. But he also wants to get more than that. We don't know what kind of business conversations are taking place between Trump's and Putin's team. And we don't know what kind of new European security architecture they may want to negotiate at the end of the war.
So, Vagaldas, I just want to ask you a little bit. You've been saying that you've been speaking to people in Russia who are connected to President Putin and asking this question, what is his mission statement? But right now, what is the feeling on the ground when it comes to Russians? Do they still support President Putin's war in Ukraine? Is there still support for it? What's the feeling on the ground?
You know, the feeling is twofold. First, most of the people, I believe, what I sense, and opinion polls, you know, it's hard to trust opinion polls because people don't say freely what they think. But I think majority of the Russians don't want to see war continued. That's the first one. Secondly, you know, it started hurting economically with the sanctions imposed, especially on the gas and oil sector of Russia and potential secondary sanctions. And thirdly, you know, Russians have been living a comfortable life until the war started in Ukraine. They traveled freely. They've been communicating freely. They've been sending the kids to UK, to Europe, to United States, and everything is now being put on hold. My sense that majority would like to go back to normal in terms of what happened before, what relations were between the West and Russia before the war. But it's going to be President Putin who will decide. Having said this, I think President Putin is also started to feel, that his resources are limited. Financial and military ones, and you know, Russia is much weaker economically and militarily in comparison with NATO. So I think he is now contemplating a kind of deal with Donald Trump, probably to be reached, if not in the winter, then from my point of view, for sure before congressional elections begin in the United States next spring.
And just a quick question. The French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting Zelensky in Paris. That's happening on Monday. In your opinion, is the European Union doing enough to support Ukraine? Because a lot of people are saying that they're just having talks about talks and nothing actually seems to happen.
Well, you know, the real stick and the carrot lies in the White House, in the United States, not in Europe, unfortunately, because that's whom President Putin respects and fears. He fears military might. Europe, unfortunately, does not possess military might. It has committed to become a military alliance as well in the future, but it will take, 10, 15 years before Europe has its own sovereign or autonomous military capacity. At the moment, we Europeans depend on Americans, on the United States military might, which is respected by Putin. But at the same time, Europeans, what they can do is in terms of, provide economic financial support, and that's what Europe does. We Europeans are the biggest humanitarian development, financial supporters of Ukraine. EU also applies strict sanctions, which can still be and should be increased as a burden on Russian economy. And at the same time, equally, EU has started negotiations which will end with the accession and membership of Ukraine in the EU, which, from my point of view, EU should also expedite and get Ukraine closer to the membership as soon as possible.
Vagaldas Ushatkas, brilliant to have you on and to speak to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We can now go to Kyiv to speak to Ukrainian MP Kira Ruddock. Kira, thank you so much for joining us. Just want to check on how you are. You live in Kyiv. How are you feeling following the deadly Russian strikes throughout the city last night?
Hello, Anne, and thank you so much for having me. Indeed, it was a terrifying night. Our energy system has been already destroyed. So not only we spend it in the bomb shelters, but we spend it in the bomb shelters in the dark. And the drones, explosions were everywhere, and there were ballistic missiles. I think it was a record of ballistic missile attacks. And every time we are talking, we are saying that this was yet another, the most massive attack on Kyiv. So these attacks are increasing. As of right now, killed at least 5 people and more than 30 different homes and residential areas being destroyed. So it is very tough, and especially that during the war you're also in this lack of electricity, energy outages, water outages, and it's just really hard to go on day by day. Right now when we are talking, Anne, I'm using diesel generator because of energy outages at the place where I live. I'm really lucky to have it, but for people who don't, it's really, really dark days.
And you're talking there to me about the dark days and what it's like to live like in war at the moment in Ukraine. Do you feel like Ukraine is getting enough help from NATO, from the European Union, from the US? What does Ukraine need right now in this moment?
Well, we were saying it since the day one that the most urgent matter for us is air defense systems. And it has been, again, since the day one of full-scale invasion. And right now, it's still a very important and urgent ask, because we need an ability to take down those barrages of drones and missiles that are coming our way. And I can tell you, it's so scary to sit in a bomb shelter, knowing that perhaps we may not be having enough of those air defense systems or ammunition to it, so that our military have to make tough choices. And it's really heartbreaking. However, with our partners, we know that they are trying and doing a lot, but if all the political promises that we have heard since the beginning of full-scale invasion became the reality and became the reality in time, we would be in a completely different situation right now. So I think it's a time for Europe, for NATO, to remove all the obstacles that they have, or seeing some psychological limitations, and go ahead providing Ukraine with military support. But I can tell you that all in all, we understand that it highly depends on the United States and on their decisions. And we see that right now the eyes of President Trump are not on Ukraine, and it doesn't seem that there is a solution crafted in the White House how to end the war that President Trump promised to end in 24 hours, and then he admitted that it may not be possible at all.
And Ukraine has responded to last night's strikes with long-range strikes targeting Russian oil facilities. What more does Ukraine need to do to hold off Russia's deadly attacks? And is Ukraine doing substantial damage to the energy infrastructure in Russia?
Given that we are limited with the information that we are receiving, and it's very hard to say on how Russia's economy is doing, I think it needs to be a wholesome operation, including Ukraine and all our partners. So it needs to consist from the attacks of Russia's energy systems and refineries, sanctions that need to be weakening Russia's economy and will not be able to be overpassed, because right now we know that Russia is able to overpass many of the sanctions, both put by the United States and European partners. It needs to be military support, and it needs to be removing of the limitations that are put on some of this military support. We have received usually a very gradual decisions on what Ukraine can and cannot do defending itself. And this is why right now we are in this situation. If from the day one we have had everything we wanted, we know perhaps it was impossible, but we also understand that we would be in a very different position, and there are many real chances that are missed right now. But we need to concentrate it on the future, and the future is really hard for us because we are facing a cold winter. It's not even start of the winter here, and we are already having problems with electricity and water supply. And so it's the military support that we really need right now. And of course, financial support that our partners are providing, helping us to fix a little bit what was damaged by Russian attacks, may be helping. However, we are getting ready for the worst case scenario, which means that the majority of the days during the winter, we will be without the electricity and heat.
And I just want to ask you a question on some domestic issues that are happening in Ukraine. Ukraine's government is facing its biggest domestic test at the moment as prosecutors accuse ministers and officials of corruption in the country. Does this weaken President Volodymyr Zelensky's position at all as he goes on the international stage to continue to ask for help for Ukraine?
Absolutely. I think this is one of the worst things that could have happened. And it is on the people who allowed this to happen. I think President needs to be looking in his close surroundings and clean it up. And our anti-corruption organs and prosecution needs to work flawlessly right now, so these questions are removed. Look, we know that we are not perfect, and we have been saying that there were many questions to some of the ministers' work, but right now the real grown-up and democratic thing that we can do in this situation is to make sure that that people who are accused are prosecuted openly and according to the rules, and that there is no way that that can be repeated moving forward.
Kira Ruddock, thank you so much for joining us. Keep safe, and always good to have you on the show. The UN Human Rights Council has ordered investigators to probe alleged atrocities in Sudan's Al Fasher. The decision came at the end of a special session called to address the situation in the region amid warnings of crimes against humanity and the risk of genocide. I'm now joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Eli, great to have you on the show. Thank you for taking your time to join me.
Always a pleasure.
Let's start off with the United Nations is now ordering an independent fact-finding mission on Sudan to urgently investigate these violations that are happening in Al Fasher. How much of a difference will this decision make on the ground?
On the ground, well, let's start with the bright side, that something is finally happening. The world is catching attention to what's happening in Sudan. Maybe the big massacre that happened in Al Fasher has brought everything to the attention of the world scene. However, I'm afraid things in the UN move too slowly and too little. This is definitely something positive, that we will finally have an independent commission trying to see what's happening on the ground, trying to identify who is committing the atrocities. But then again, even after that, it's a long way forward to have something actual, a clear decision taken by the UN Security Council that could possibly change things on the ground and actually protect civilians and ensure humanitarian aid. We're a far way to go, but this is a good, very welcomed first step from an independent body that is the UN Human Rights Council. And this report could be used, as I said, in the UN Security Council, but also could be used in international courts to prosecute the perpetrators of these violations.
And the UN's rights chief has said bloodstains on the ground in Al-Fasher have been photographed from space. He mentioned that today. How desperate is the humanitarian situation in the country since the start of the war in 2023?
Unfortunately, if we look at the history of Sudan, it's almost a continuous civil war since the day this country took its independence. And it's just one war after the other. The people barely have a few years to take their breath, to rebuild their villages, and then they are hit by another crisis and another war. What's happening is way more than a humanitarian crisis. It's actual daily massacres and daily killing. It could also be called as a genocide because the Furi people have suffered from that 20 years ago, less than 20 years ago, and now they are suffering from it again and again. They are the weakest link, and in every crisis, they are paying the price. This is the people at the verge of extermination and way beyond simply lacking food or humanitarian aid. Definitely for those who survive, if we are able to reach them and provide the necessary humanitarian aid, it will require the support of all the countries in the surrounding, all the international community, and definitely the different parties that are controlling the ground to ensure safe passage of these humanitarian aid. Without this, more and more people are going to die every day, either by death, by killing, or by famine and starvation, or lack of medicine.
And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called for international powers to stop sending military support to the RSF. Could this jeopardize the US-led humanitarian ceasefire the RSF said it has actually agreed to? And now they're saying that if this happens and Marco Rubio halts the weapons, or the international powers do, this will mean no ceasefire.
If we are to see the US and 4 other countries engaged, or 3 other countries engaged in these mediations, we need to be careful that their presentation or whatever they are offering on the table is actually perceived as a neutral basis and not supporting one party against the other. Although some of them we know, and this is part of the problem, are closer to one of the factions than the other. But definitely a proposition of stopping the military support to any of the 2 groups is a necessary first step. Because civil war, as we know in the science of security and of political science, civil wars are fed by money and weapons that come from outside 99% of the times. So definitely stopping this flow of money and weapons and, of course, political support is the necessary first step, but definitely not a sufficient first step.
And the US, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Egypt, the Quad as they know, and have been working on ways to end the civil war in Sudan. But Dr. Eli, what are the major sticking points where they can't seem to move forward?
There's just too much complexity in this situation. First, the 4 need to agree on what is their vision for the future of Sudan. They still don't see eye to eye on every aspect of this conflict. As I said before, some of them are close to this party of the conflict or to the other. So we don't have a clear roadmap fully supported by all 4 countries that are mediating and that shows a clear way forward. So this is the first hurdle. The second hurdle is, once we have this agreement, will we, or this roadmap, will we guarantee the support and the enforcement by both parties of this temporary transition plan, or whatever you want to call it? That's the second challenge. Will they agree on it? Will they implement it? Who will enforce this, practically speaking? And third, is any of these countries willing to send boots on the ground to actually act as a peace force or as an enforcement mechanism to force this transition on both parties and actually act as a guarantor of this agreement? This is also nowhere to be seen by any of the 4 or any other power. If we go towards the peacekeeping force, be it an African peacekeeping force or a UN peacekeeping force, peacekeeping force is not enough in the case of Sudan. We need a strong enforcement capable under Chapter 7 of the UN Security Council that allows the UN forces or the multinational forces to actually enforce and use force to implement a specific peace process. So there's the international agreement, there's the agreement of the internal parts, there's the practicality of it, and then there's the enforcement mechanism. All of these are sticking points. We're still, unfortunately, a very long way to go. And everybody was distracted by what's happening in Gaza, very rightfully so. But then this is a clear genocide, a clear massacre happening on the just few 100 kilometers away. We need to give it as much attention as we gave Gaza and actually bring all the efforts of the international community to stop what's happening, because it is really unacceptable to any human being, let alone to the international community and to the world altogether.
Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, thank you so much for joining me with your insights on the situation in Sudan. China has summoned Japan's ambassador to Beijing to protest remarks made a week ago by the Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi about a possible conflict over Taiwan. Beijing is demanding Tokyo retracts the comments and warns of consequences if it interferes over the island, which it regards as part of the sovereign territory. Patrick Falk reports.
As the spat over remarks about Taiwan has intensified, Tokyo made an attempt to dial things down on Friday. At a press conference, Chief Cabinet Secretary Minoru Kihara said Japan's stance on the island has never changed.
Peace and security in the Taiwan Strait is vital for Japan's security, but also for the stability of the international community. The government of Japan has consistently maintained the position that we expect issues concerning Taiwan to be resolved through peaceful dialogue.
The row erupted a week ago when Japan's leader Sanae Takaichi remarked in Parliament that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could amount to a survival-threatening situation. She also said it could trigger a military response from Tokyo. Only weeks ago, Takaichi met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping in South Korea. The two sides agreed to strengthen cooperation with one another at the time. But the row over Taiwan has triggered long-standing differences between the two regional powers.
Today, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has once again raised the so-called existential crisis situation. What are her true intentions? Does Japan intend to repeat the mistakes of militarism? Does it want to make enemies of the Chinese and Asian people again? Is it attempting to subvert the post-war international order?
Chinese state-run media say the remarks are Tokyo's first threat of force against Beijing in 80 years. The foreign ministry is also warning that China will strike back hard against anyone who interferes over Taiwan. Meanwhile, Japanese lawmakers are calling for the expulsion of China's consul general in Osaka. In a social media post, Su Jian wrote an apparent threat about cutting off the Japanese Prime Minister's head for her comments. China considers self-governed Taiwan part of its territory and doesn't rule out taking it by force. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump has said he's asked the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's alleged ties with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers and others. He claims the latest Epstein emails released by the Democrats that allegedly placed the president in the same room as one of Epstein's victims is a hoax to distract from the recent shutdown and other failures by the Democrats. Israel has confirmed that the body handed over by Hamas is 73-year-old Meni Goddard, who was killed alongside his wife during the 7th of October attacks under the ceasefire deal. Hamas has now returned all surviving hostages, but 3 bodies remain unaccounted for as efforts stall on the next phase of the US-backed Gaza plan. The BBC has apologised to Donald Trump over the editing of a speech in a Panorama programme, but has said it will not pay compensation. The broadcaster called it an error of judgment and said the programme will not be rebroadcast. Trump's legal team had threatened a £1 billion lawsuit, and two top BBC executives, including the Director General, have resigned amid the controversy. Now, Germany's coalition government has announced a new military service plan intended to increase the number of troops. All 18-year-old men would be required to fill out a questionnaire in order to check their suitability to serve. It comes as Berlin seeks to create Europe's largest conventional army. I'm now joined by defence and security analyst Tobias Alwood. Tobias, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. This is a really interesting story. So Germany is calling on all 18-year-old men to undergo military screening, and this is amid the rising tensions for a possible war in the years to come. Is this a good idea, and should other countries in Europe be looking at this and thinking maybe we should implement it?
Well, good evening. And yes, it is a big story. It's interesting that you have picked this up. Germany, that has hesitated from wanting to have a large armed force, understandably, twice last century, the utility of its superior military might was used by political leaders in very errant ways. And the Germans themselves never wanted to put themselves in that position again, and therefore limited the size of their armed forces. Here we have Germany saying, well, look at this. Our world is getting more dangerous. It's getting more complex. We need to defend ourselves. And it takes time to train soldiers, to train those in the Army, Air Force, and the Navy. We need to start now. And your other point is absolutely apt. This isn't just being done by Germany, but by other countries. Poland is looking at it. The Baltics are already there. I suggested this at the last general election, that national service is reintroduced here in the UK. And I got a fair bit of pushback for that, partly because there was this old image, if you like, of what the national service will be. Ultimately, we need to defend ourselves, become more resilient. So we need people not only looking after their land, air, and sea, but also the cyber world, space and so forth like that, or simply to help our own society in case an attack actually takes place. So lots to consider, lots to talk about, but it's the mindset of getting the nations updated and recognizing that that's where the world's going.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, Tobias, and I do remember when you brought it up in the UK, I was living there and lots of people were talking about it. Do you think the UK could now actually consider this? Because you said Germany wasn't going to, but the threat is so real now.
Yes, it is. And it needs to clarify as to the fact that we are dealing with very, very diverse threats. I mean, what would happen here in the UK if there was no power? No internet, no water for 72 hours in our community? We would lead on the army to provide them, some form of support. We are very vulnerable indeed. We need to prepare, but we can't afford to keep a huge standing armed force. And the model that I looked at, which was really interesting, was in Finland, where they have all 18-year-olds go through a program in a variety of areas, as I say, not just in the conventional space, but also in those other areas I mentioned, including cyber, including helping hospitals or the fire service and so on. And at a press of a button, they can go from a tiny army to having 500,000 people mobilized. That is a deterrent, which I'm sure Russia considers if it ever thinks about going across the border.
Yeah, very good point. But the decision comes as Berlin aims to create Europe's strongest conventional army, which we've spoken about. But my question is, how robust are NATO's defence forces if an attack was launched, like now, basically? And who has the strongest army in Europe?
Well, these are really important questions to answer. And the simple answer is that NATO is unprepared. And we have a war going on in Europe right now, and we're not able to put it out. And that's in Ukraine. Indeed, Russia seems to be advancing as we speak. Were NATO itself to be attacked, again, we will be able to push back to some degree. But what Russia does well is its ability to sustain war, to produce battle tank after battle tank. We can't do that. Our industrial complex is simply not detailed enough, not strong enough to replenish the military assets that we have once the first engagements actually take place. Again, big questions for Europe to actually consider. And then how do they all interlink with each other? Who has what assets can be brought where? How do you protect yourselves from such a long line against Russia? And I do stress that the type of warfare we're seeing is now more in the grey zone. So cables being cut. We get that off the coast here in the UK. Huge cyber attacks taking place, disinformation campaigns, coercion, IP theft, all deniable. Drone attacks as well. We've had drone incursions here in the UK. That's a whole arena of warfare that we really haven't got our heads around yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tobias, I just want to make a little gear shift here because I want to ask you about some domestic politics happening over in the UK. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves have ditched these plans to raise income tax in the budget. Do you think this is down to political infighting in the Labour Party following talks of a leadership challenge that we had earlier this week? Then they weren't true. It's all been a little bit murky.
Yeah, I mean, it segues nicely from what we're just talking about, because everything, if you want to protect your economy, then you need to improve your security. Otherwise, your economy goes down and there's no money in the Treasury pot to pay for how you run the country. But there isn't any extra money coming for defence, and that's because there is a reluctance to actually put taxes up. And as you implied, there was this plan to increase income tax, and now they've removed that completely. It's been wrong to tease the nation and indeed the markets to say we're going to do what's best for Britain. And now what looks like is, again, as you implied in your question, the fact that they're under party political pressure to say no, that we can't do this. But all that does is put off the inevitable in the longer term, because the money simply isn't there, not only just to run the economy, but to spend more in defence, which we're inevitably going to have to do.
And do you think that we could see a leadership challenge actually sooner than later? Do you think Starmer could be out by Christmas?
I don't think it'll be out by Christmas, but certainly we've had two people involved in the health secretary and indeed the Manchester mayor linked to potential leadership challenges. It does seem odd when they have a huge majority. They've only got elected a year ago and already they're going through these difficulties. Put all that together and you cannot rule out the fact that there could be a leadership change in the next year or so.
And can I get your thoughts on another big story, dominating the news agenda over in the UK? And the BBC has apologised to Donald Trump over the Panorama edit, but refuses to pay any compensation. Do you think this is the end of the row, which of course saw heads roll at the BBC?
I think it's right that the BBC did apologise, but not pay any of the money that Donald Trump was calling for. The actual document, the actual programme itself was never aired in the United States, so it couldn't have influenced any of the events over there. But Panorama, the programme that put this out, is one of the flagship journalistic programmes, and it was a schoolboy error to do this. I should stress that as we talk about media outlets across the world, the BBC has one of the best reputations. And at a time when it's actually difficult to know what the truth is, because there's so much media, so much bias, the role of the BBC is more important than ever. And it's been interesting, sadly, to see many of particularly right-wing news outlets jump on the bandwagon here, to criticize the BBC, to want to see the BBC damaged in some way, because they know that the BBC does ask the difficult questions on all sides, no matter who's actually in power. And I hope that absolutely never disappears. Otherwise, as I say, we won't be able to trust anything on the media, and that takes us into a very, very dark place indeed.
Tobias Alwood, thank you so much. We hit so many topics there, and it was great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. At least 4 people have been killed in a Russian drone attack in Kyiv as Ukraine fires long-range cruise missiles during attacks on Russia. The UN Human Rights Council has ordered investigators to probe alleged atrocities in Sudan's Al-Fasher. And the BBC has apologised to Donald Trump over the editing of a speech in a Panorama programme that says it will not pay compensation. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The Epstein files and newly released emails dominated headlines across the US, UK and beyond, sending shockwaves through politics and media alike. In the Caribbean, tensions rose after a US strike ordered by Donald Trump killed 4 people on a suspected drug smuggling boat. Meanwhile, in Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he would not admit guilt to secure a pardon, despite Trump's public call for his exoneration. We'll start in the U.S. as American media continue to intensely cover the newly released Epstein emails linking Donald Trump to Epstein's circle. Major outlets focused on the political fallout and bipartisan calls for full disclosure. Commentators also highlighted ethical questions around journalists' ties to Epstein and growing unease within Trump's Republican base. The Washington Post explores how the release of thousands of pages of documents tied to Jeffrey Epstein has reignited tensions between Donald Trump and his own MAGA base. The newly disclosed emails suggest Trump may have known about Epstein's misconduct, contradicting Trump's long-standing denial. The piece highlights how this particular scandal resonates differently from other controversies because it strikes at the core of Trump's anti-elite populist message. With a House discharge petition now facing a vote on releasing additional files, the article frames the issue as a potential turning point, either revealing a major rift in the movement or reaffirming the sense that the elite are protected. As tensions escalate within the Republican ranks following the release of the emails and the unprecedented bipartisan push for a House vote to release all related documents, GOP lawmakers face a dilemma of loyalty to Trump versus demands for transparency. Newsweek reveals emerging cracks in President Donald Trump's support base as polling data show that fewer than half of Republicans approve of Trump's management of the Epstein-related document releases, which is, of course, a rare weak spot in his otherwise loyal coalition. The piece cites one poll that found only 45% of Republicans backed his approach, while an earlier survey placed general public approval at a mere 20%. The report positions this as one of the most politically vulnerable points for Trump in the current cycle. The New York Times examines the 2 major British figures implicated in the Epstein emails. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, and Peter Mandelson, the former UK ambassador to Washington. The emails show Andrew pleading with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell during the height of allegations from Virginia Giuffre, while Mandelson exchanged friendly messages with Epstein years after their supposed estrangement. Both men have since lost their titles and also positions, reflecting Britain's harsher response compared to the US, where similar associations caused less fallout. Now, the piece contrasts this divide, noting how Trump's Epstein ties remain politically contained, while in Britain, the scandal continues to strip away status and credibility among the elite. British media centred coverage on renewed scrutiny of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor after emails appeared to contradict his past denials. Outlets framed the scandal as exposing the monarchy's fragility and Britain's harsher reckoning compared with the US response. The Guardian's explainer presents a concise breakdown of major revelations from over 20,000 pages of documents linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Emails suggest Donald Trump may have been aware of Epstein's girls and visited one of the victims, while anonymous messages call Trump the dog that hasn't barked. The findings also implicate Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in continuing ties with Epstein and cast fresh light on Peter Mandelson's previously undisclosed communications with the criminal financier. The piece emphasizes growing pressure on US lawmakers to fully disclose the Epstein files and spotlights how Britain has acted more decisively in response than the US, reflecting divergent political and institutional norms. The Times commented on the scandal, focusing on the repercussions to the British monarchy. In this cartoon, The Times satirizes Prince Andrew's fading royal stature amid renewed Epstein-related scandal. Let's have a look at the caricature. This is the cartoon here. As you can see, King Charles is shown crossing out Andrew's many titles until only a hyphen remains, symbolizing his near erasure from royal life. Surrounded by headlines about Epstein emails, Charles' weary remark, "How about just a hyphen?" captures frustration and embarrassment. With biting humor, of course, the cartoon highlights how Andrew's once prestigious identity has been stripped away, reflecting the monarchy's struggle to preserve dignity amid controversy. We'll go back to the New York Times, which covers another story that stole headlines in the US. More strikes on boats in the Caribbean, revealing how the Trump administration's widening Operation Southern Spear has escalated into a controversial military campaign in the Caribbean. The piece references that the most recent American strike, which killed 4 alleged traffickers and brings the death toll to 80 since September. It questions the legal basis of Trump's claim that the U.S. is in an armed conflict with drug cartels, noting that international law experts call the killings unlawful. The report also highlights Britain's decision to stop sharing intelligence over legality concerns, underscoring the global unease. In the Middle East, Israel Hayom outlines a major shift in Israel's defense policy as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirms that his government is reassessing its dependence on American security assistance. The piece explains that while the U.S. currently provides roughly $3 billion annually, mostly for purchases from American defense firms, Israel is exploring ways to diversify procurement and strengthen local defense industries. The report highlights that the Prime Minister describes the move as a step towards greater independence, reflecting both strategic recalibration and also concerns over political constraints tied to U.S. aid. The piece highlights analysts' view that such a shift, while symbolically bold, would mark a historic redefinition of the U.S.-Israel security relationship. Haaretz, on the other hand, revealed that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu conveys his openness to considering a pardon after Donald Trump's formal request to Israel's president. However, he draws a strict line. He will not accept a pardon that requires acknowledging guilt. Facing corruption charges, Netanyahu decries the trial as absurd and underscores his dual role managing the war and expanding peace. The report captures the tightrope Netanyahu walks between external pressure and his insistence on innocence, while exploring how Israeli law and public sentiment react to a high-stakes pardon debate. Moving on to France, as French media offered a solemn, reflective coverage of the 10th anniversary of the 2025 Paris terrorist attacks. Major outlets like Le Monde and France 24 focused on national unity, survival tributes, and France's evolving fight against extremism. Commentaries emphasized resilience, lingering trauma, and how the tragedy reshaped the nation's sense of security and identity. Le Monde covered President Macron's address to survivors and families of victims, acknowledging the unbearable pain while pledging an uncompromising response to terrorists. The piece describes how bells tolled across the capital and victims' names were read aloud in a moving ceremony. It also explains how the tragedy changed France's approach to security and the way people think about safety. Big attacks are now rare, but new dangers have appeared, smaller, online, and homegrown. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which reports that companies expect hiring for the class of 2026 to remain flat, citing rising layoffs and rapid expansion of AI that is automating many entry-level jobs. The piece explains that despite traditionally relying on new grads for junior tasks, firms anticipate fewer opportunities and also stiffer competition across sectors. It also highlights how economic uncertainty, combined with the shrinking on-ramp jobs once seen as stepping stones, places new graduates at a distinct disadvantage. With entry-level roles shrinking and automation looming, the piece paints a landscape where fresh talents must be more strategic and more flexible than ever before. That's it for today. Thank you for watching the dailies only on Arabiya English.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its space center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Don't turn around, Clara. What are you doing?
Come here a sec.
I'm already running late.
Please?
Where is Clara? Hey, Aunt Jenny.
Hey, Claire Bear. Guess who just spent the last half hour with the coolest guy in school?
Oh my God.
It must be great to be doing the interviews together, because this must have been a film where you spent a lot of time discussing the characters together and obviously filming the scenes.
This is really special. This is so much fun. Like, filming this movie, I don't think I've ever had that much fun in my life. So getting to do that and now getting to promote this film and do it with Kenny is really special.
My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
McKenna, the movie is about so many things. It's about loss, it's about unknown, it's about love. It's, so many themes go through the story. What resonated the most for you?
I saw a lot of myself in her relationship with their mom. I thought that it was, with them making the bucket list and being so tight. But then, I think it's kind of not for all of us, but it's a semi-universal experience being a teenage girl with a mom and going through that little factory. It's just like, Mom, I don't know, I love him. And so I just think I definitely saw myself in Claire's relationship with her mom and all of her complicated emotions. She was a very character that was very similar to me and who I am, so it wasn't too far of a stretch. I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
And we couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
Let's talk about Alison and working with her on the mother-daughter relationship. How was that experience?
It was really fun. I adore Alison. I think that she is so cool and so admirable, and just the way that she carries herself and is so aware of her presence in space and everything that she can add to a production and all of her conversations of value as a producer. I think that she's so cool, and getting to play her daughter whenever she's far too young to be my mother was very fun.
But she was a young mother in it.
Yeah, exactly. Though she's the greatest, I loved being her daughter.
I also loved being her daughter.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he loved being her daughter's boyfriend as a character.
I mean, it was tough, but
it was tough.
Did at the end. What? Hey.
It was tough? You didn't like being her daughter's boyfriend?
No, listen.
Listening.
She didn't like me at first, and then she liked me because I'm awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's not how I thought our first kiss would be like.
How did you think it would be?
Keep my hands in yours.
I'm not gonna let their betrayal dictate the rest of my life. You keep using me to piss your mom off, and I'm done with it.
The final question is on fan expectations. These movies are, very welcomed by audiences. So what are you most looking forward for audiences to finally discover seeing it on the big screen?
Going to the movies is my favorite thing ever, and so I'm just excited for everybody to get to see this and laugh together, and it's such a sad, and it's very romantic, it's very sad, it's all the good things, all
of the emotions.
But it's also really funny, so it's really fun to watch in theaters and get to have that kind of experience together. But yeah, no, I'm just excited for people to see what we've worked on and what we've created together. It was a lot of fun.
I don't know how I'm supposed to top that. Yeah, what she
Try.
said. I don't know if I can. That was great. What she said. Enjoy the movie, bring friends, have a good time. Yeah.
What aren't you telling me?
There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you.
You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right?
Everywhere, everything.
knows something in his songs that, you know, if you sing his songs honestly, it'll connect. And if you act with honesty, it'll connect. Yeah, so I suppose do it as honestly as possible.
This is a chapter in Bruce's life that most people don't know anything about. It's his most painful chapter. And it's a chapter that gave us, out of a great deal of emotional excavation, in my opinion, one of the best albums of the last 50 years.
It was amazing to work with Scott because he just helped guide this. He had such a clear vision and guided me towards the right things.
The film is just a much better film because he happened to be around.
Songwriting's a funny thing. It's about searching for something. Something that's going to give your life a little bit of meaning.
In the beginning, all those ideas I was very aware of, and it was very daunting and even like paralyzing at times. I think when I was able to find a little bit of confidence was when I was trying to understand him a bit more like internally or intimately in the periods when he's sort of, you know, on his own.
Honestly, the process of developing Faye was way more like how I'm used to with just any kind of fictitious character in general. It's like I got a lot of clues from Warren's book, Deliver Me From Nowhere, from Scott's beautiful script, from Bruce's memoir.
When you're making a film about America's most authentic artist, you try to align as closely to fact as possible. And having Bruce Springsteen be around, I was able to do that.
I knew one thing, you know, I seen Bruce perform. I know that he sort of exhausts himself every time he's on stage, and I knew if I just pushed it as far as I could, you know, maybe I could fool everybody, and that was the goal.
Trying to find something real in all the noise. You always do?
هنا صوت القدس. This is Jerusalem calling.
شو في بالقدس بتضلك رايح جاي؟ بدي شغل يا زلمه. كل يوم قاعدين نخسر في أرض، في فلاحين طروهم من أرضيهم.
وليش أجوا يعيشوا هون؟ بلادهم بدهاش إياهم.
خذي يا أمي.
ثوار شخصروا دورية، سووا فينا العماير وما كناش ولا شيء.
In this, how exciting was it every day on set, you know, kind of playing acting?
It was incredible. It's very, very exciting and very surreal. Just walking in and seeing Julia, seeing Andrew, and watching them work was just like a free masterclass every single day.
Setting the story in the academic world with the content and with, you know, the timely meaning of the content, how much did it change the acting exercise for you in terms of research and talking to people and informing yourself about what's going on?
Well, my character's a PhD philosophy student, which I am not. I'm nowhere near that intellectual. So that was a bit...
Did you meet loads of those?
Incredibly, a lot of the props on set, they had articles, they had pieces of dissertation, and just sitting there reading them and immersing yourself in that world, that was really helpful. A lot of the world building they did, the sets, the costumes, all of it just helps you become the character. So yeah, a lot of credit goes to them.
Finally, about Luca Guadagnino and having his own vision about everything. So how is he on set? How focused? How bubbly?
He's incredible to watch. I love working with Luca. He's so detailed and he cares so much. Nothing is by accident. Everything is intentional. And he sits in the room sometimes and watches the scenes with you. Like, he sits right here, just off camera. And I think that makes you feel so respected and so part of it, which I think is a great kindness. And the same with Julia. She's very, very generous. And Andrew as well, like just watching them kind of take up the space and welcome you in. It was a great kindness to someone who was a little bit nervous.
Love it.
We're living it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think the only way we grow is through discomfort. When physically, as children, when the body grows and the bones grow, it's really uncomfortable. And I'm uncomfortable saying that.
But that's what you said. And we're having a conversation. Yeah, as long as there's, I think, conversation and attempts at connection. So it matters. The attempt.
Yeah.
The attempt.
Yeah.
Tell us about Luca and how he works with his actors. Is he very nurturing?
He is very nurturing, actually, yeah. And he also likes to keep you loose. I was very, very serious on my first day. My first day I had to do a lot of screaming and shouting at Io and Juliet, which was not very fun. But I was very focused, and he comes up to me and he's like, darling, are you going to always be like this? He was very upset. That he was upset for me that I felt like I had to be so upset. And he was very, very caring. He wanted me just to be comfortable and all of us to be comfortable and happy.
Should I build a world for you that has all the edges rounded out?
I have a right to these spaces.
Had your chosen cell with niceties and trigger warnings.
I am a desperate man, absolutely desperate.
I almost feel bad for him.
You should be ready.
Ready for what?
I spoke with the real Jeffrey. He's in a maximum security prison in Raleigh, North Carolina. I mean, it was his story. But then there was a point in the middle of it where I thought maybe he was telling me a tall tale because it sounded so crazy, the stories he was telling me. So I started to talk to everyone in his life that would speak to me, from his mother to his brother to the police that arrested him to his girlfriend to the pastor of the church to the dentist whose office he blew up. Anyone that would talk to me, and they kind of validated all of his stories. And then I shot it in the place where it actually happened, and all those people who talk to me, most of them are in the film in different roles. Sometimes they play themselves, sometimes they play other versions.
Yeah, I did an accent for this, and there was an old Emmylou Harris interview that I really liked, and so I use that, and then I do my own personal preparation, and then it's just kind of like being, as in the present moment of your circumstances and giving the most authentic parts of yourself to play this role. It meant more to me what she thought than anyone else, because nobody knows who she is, like what her voice is like, so I didn't feel that pressure, but I did feel I wanted to capture her grace and the love that she had for him.
Everybody in this movie is they're killers. The best part of filming it, look, I would have done anything with Derek. If he gave me a script and I was cop number 2, I swear to God, I would have just been 100% yes. I missed a chance working with Derek 20 years ago, and I said I would never make that mistake again. In my opinion, he's special in the way that you can't genreize his movies, and I think it's probably one of the highest compliments that you can give a director is it's a Derek Cianfrance movie, and that's what it is. So that was one of my favorite things. But I don't know, everybody in this movie is they're killers. He can literally call any human on the face of the planet, and they're gonna say yes to his film.
You just look like this all the time.
Tell me what's going on. Right now.
Who do you want to be, Jeff?
Watching the character and thinking he might have taken a lot of energy out of you, but a lot of love at the same time. Is it the right impression?
It was testing enough. Yeah, he's constantly in it's a very erratic character who's anxious from first frame to last. So it's not it wasn't a very still nor a very internal experience, but I hope there was an internal life. But I was kind of as exhausted as you can get with what we do. By the end of it, I was pretty raw.
Goes through, you know, what Edward described as a spiritual awakening, and I thought that was a good description. So how much did you guys discuss it with the relationship that they have, the spiritual relationship that kind of instinctively is drawn between them?
It seemed to just fall into place, really, without us having to direct it too much, or it seemed to just they both find some version of a safe harbor in each other. I think they see like in each other. They come from very different backgrounds, they have very different origin stories, but they are both running from a past that they know that they need to connect to somehow to rectify the present, but they can't quite figure out how to resolve the issues that they individually have.
That they both have in each of their own ways, but also you meet them basically at the lowest point of their lives, respectively. And I just find it also very easy to find that connection, because there are connections that you don't. It's a little platonic, which I find very beautiful.
And they're both living
natural.
a lie.
Yes.
They're both living a lie. They're both hiding. They're both
have bad luck all
and
throughout their
presenting
lives.
to the world a version of themselves that they think will allow them to move through the world with some degree of success or some degree of gaining an affluence.
But you don't surrender yet. Your character is like
I'm still
relentless.
holding on,
and
white knuckling.
She somehow surrenders. She finds a way out. Yeah.
But the only peaceful scenes I had in the film were with her. You know, the scene particularly at the boathouse. You know, there was a very small period in time there where Doyle drops into an honesty in the present with her that he hasn't been afforded the luxury of before that.
The realm of the hungry ghosts is for people driven by greed.
Just give me one more hand. I can pay you.
It's not too late for you.
Not so lucky after all, huh?
Talking about that scene, which is very quiet and soothing, and then the rest of the environment of being in Macau and the vibrancy of the colors and the noises and everything. How much does it become another character for you shooting this film?
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I mean, anytime, it doesn't always happen, you know, sometimes I've worked in London and you're shooting in Leavesden Studios and you're not doing any exterior scenes in London City itself. It's all
and nobody dares to make sound.
Yeah, and there's caravans outside, and then you go into a warehouse and there's beautiful sets built, and the sets are incredibly helpful once you get into them, but you are aware of the significant artifice of the whole process, whereas this, there was no sets. It was all practical stuff. It was all clubs, it was all casinos, it was all streets in Coloane, and it was really beautiful because it meant even on the weekends you were surrounded by the world that you're inhabiting during the telling of the story from Monday to Friday, and I love that. It's kind of it's kind of nicely all-consuming. And Macau's really significant. I mean, this image behind us is so beautiful, but it's such a place of contrast, Macau. Yeah. There's the old town part of it, and there's the fishing village Coloane, which was very heavily influenced by the Portuguese arrival, and then there's this new section that was built in 2006 that is the casino strip, and it was really, really rich in character, and Edward was and James Friend, his cinematographer, they were very keen to just make sure that it was a vocal character within the film, you know.
Macau, gambling capital of the universe. Here, card games can change your life in an instant.
Before they wrap me up, what is the film mostly about to you guys?
I've no clue what's it about, man.
Edward says it's about capitalism, his commentary on
that was originally what he was going,
but
and then it
so
became
much
more personal
than that.
to him.
Yeah,
I think
it's very
it became
personal.
So much more than addiction.
It's connection, it's redemption.
Yeah.
A lot of it. Yeah.
And that it's never too late to course correct. It's never too late to awaken.
Yeah.
You know, awaken to the errors of your past, or the sadnesses you feel, or the anxieties, or the nervousness, and the shortcomings you feel like you live within. It's never too late to be accountable and make some change, you know. Certainly for the character I'm playing, you know,
for her
by
too,
virtue
I
of
think.
just didn't want to speak for you, but I think so too.
And don't eat too much lobster.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good to see
Great
you.
to see you, love.
It'd take a miracle to change a man like me.
feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world will go.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, a tireless, fearless and trailblazing journalist and writer, Bariya Alamuddin is known just as much for her advocacy as she is for her impactful and highly analytical writing. I have the great pleasure of welcoming Bariya Alamuddin here for a special interview on the sidelines of the Manama Dialogue in Bahrain. Bariya, thank you for making time for
Thank you for
Counterpoints.
inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Bariya, the Manama Dialogue has been going on for more than 2 decades now. I know you've been part of it for such a long time. Tell me why you think this particular gathering of power brokers, of writers, of geopolitical analysts and thinkers, politicians, why is it important and what can it bring to the region?
Well, as you know, we live in a very turbulent world. And I've been coming to this Manama Dialogue for 21 years now. I do love Bahrain, I must admit. It's a small island and the people are lovely and you feel safe and the atmosphere is nice. Running away from the bad weather in London is not a bad idea.
Never a bad idea.
Yes. And also, I must admit, this gathering is a very important one. And not only of this specific time, but it has been all along. They managed to bring together security personnel and ministers and many also coming from the world of intelligence as well. As you see as well, there are many people that are coming from centers of studies. You sort also build a friendship on a one-year term. So every year you meet the same people and you say hello to the same people. And as a writer and writing a column, it's really important for me to come to the region and to meet with the people of the region, but also to meet with all these security people and intelligence people and my colleagues. It's been extremely useful for me over the years, and it's developing more and more and more, and it's getting bigger and bigger, which is quite interesting. I like also the side meetings that happen.
They're always important at events like this. As someone who is on the inside and has connections across so many different delegations, how important do you think those sideline bilateral meetings are? Do they sort of set the scene for maybe what we see politicians announce and shake hands on in the months to come?
Announce or don't announce. Sometimes you will hear politicians that come and don't say hardly anything. These are the important ones. It's the sidelines meeting where people speak off the record and people say their mind and you discuss and you hear stories that you don't read in the newspapers and you learn more things. Also, over the years, you develop certain friendships and people feel they trust you. They're, when you say off the record, it's definitely off the record. It's not... And as I say, I think people also come to Bahrain, honestly, and not only for this, but for the Bahrainis are known for being such kind people that they receive you warmly, and I think people like the food as well here. They like the gathering. It's the tradition of the meeting of these people. we must also say that this is a very critical time for the region, as you know, and the world at large. So I'm looking forward for the next 2 days, and I already, my schedule is full of, you know, these appointments on the side of the big meetings in the big room.
It is. About 1 year ago, in an opinion piece, I think it was just before last year's Manama Dialogue, you wrote, "Our world lacks guardrails because conflict resolution bodies like the UN Security Council have been paralysed by superpower rivalries." Are we in a better position or a worse position than we were 1 year ago?
I think a worse position. The UN is rendered completely ineffective. Nobody listens to the UN. Some presidents of the world make fun of it and don't respect it. So I'm afraid we are, and it's something that we really need these days. The UN has never been more needed. If it is to find peace and security in the world, but also for refugees, for help with all sorts of things like UNRWA, for example, in Gaza. I think what we need to do is strengthen our international organizations. The UN, with all its branches, need to come back. Do I see it coming soon? No, which is really unfortunate. I would like that the world wakes up. I hope they're not waiting for a big catastrophe for them to wake up. Because as you know, the UN was actually constituted after the war, and we really need to revive it and give it respect and security and money as well.
Your book, Militia State, was published in 2022. And even though it focuses primarily on Iraq, it does analyse how Iran projects its power across the region, considering the strikes we've seen recently in Iran, but also the dismantling of many of Iran's allies across the region. How do you assess Iran's place in the region today?
Oh, much, much, much weaker than when I wrote this piece. And I'm happy to say that. You know, Iran is a Muslim country. There is no reason it should not have the best relations with the region at large and all the Muslim world and the world at large, except that they have in their constitution that they should actually send their revolution outside their borders, which is really bad. They built these proxy armies like the PMU, PMF in Iraq, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Iran, like the Hamas in Gaza and parts of the West Bank. It doesn't work like this when you try to dismantle peace and security in other areas. And they were boasting about it. Iraq is still under the influence of Iran, completely under the influence of Iran. Although they have been weakened, it's their gateway to the Arab world. And I called my book Militia State because I could not call it Iraq. It wasn't Iraq. It was completely controlled. It's still controlled. The Hashd al-Shabi actually costs the Iraqi government $4 billion. We don't know where this $4 billion goes, and we don't know what's going to happen in the new elections. People are not very optimistic because of Iranian intervention and Iranian domination of Iraqi politics. So this is sad, and also not only that, but they used to threaten to say that Bahrain even is part of Iran. Again, I would say that because Iran is much weaker, it is now trying to make good relations with all its neighbors. Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it. But let's hope they will learn, and let's hope that they will concentrate on the good of their own people. The Iranians should be living in great security and affluence, etc. There is poverty in Iran. I think inflation runs at about 40%. It's a dismal economic situation in Iran.
If we turn to your home country, Lebanon, with some recent news out of there in previous days, the Lebanese president has called on the army to confront Israeli incursions in the south, and as we know, that's usually been Hezbollah's domain to confront Israel in the south. Now
badly. They confronted Israel badly, and they were defeated. They were inflating, and they were telling us lies. They were saying to us that they can defeat the mighty Israeli army. You see,
now that we have the president saying the Lebanese government, sorry, the Lebanese army are the ones who are going to now take on that role. What do you read into that?
I feel proud when my president says that he is going to tell the Lebanese army, but I worry about the Lebanese army because, you see, Israel doesn't fight alone. Israel fights with all the intelligence from the American state, from Europe, from many countries in Europe. They say something and they do something else. This double standard has become, the norm of the day these days. They say we should stop the killing, we should have peace, but they give Israel arms and ammunitions and planes and whatever. So I do worry about the Lebanese army because the Lebanese army, as I said, is no match to, there is that pride element. Hezbollah never really defeated Israel as such. I think Israel is on a course which is a very bad for the Israeli state, for the Israelis, because also there is many Israelis that are losing their lives, that are psychologically sick, and also it has become a pariah state in the world. Never in my life I would have thought that I will see the international community, the people. You see, people talk about peace and these agreements between a country like Bahrain and the Emirates. This tells you that the Arabs really want peace. They don't want war, either with Iran or with Israel. But it takes two to tango. Israel should not also attack Lebanon and should stop. We signed an agreement with them. You see, they're making the disarming of Hezbollah more difficult because Hezbollah is saying, how do you want me to disarm every day my people are getting killed and they are attacking my villages, they're attacking my schools, they're attacking my everything, homes, everything. So in a way, I am proud that, but do I feel that the Lebanese army can defeat the United States of America and Israel and the many European countries? No. Israel doesn't fight alone.
If we're speaking of Israel, the ceasefire in Gaza appears to be increasingly fragile. President Trump says the war is over, but that is a vastly different thing to there being peace in that part of the world. You've written extensively about state and non-state actors in the region. So to your mind, how dangerous is this period of time for Gaza when we consider the potential for a power vacuum?
Yes, I think a power vacuum should not be an option for Gaza because, as we know, there are Hamas elements, and we know Hamas is not exactly the kindest of organizations. People brand it as a terrorist organization. And indeed, the 7th of October was a disaster, not only for the Israelis, but for the peace in the Middle East and for the people of Palestine and Gaza and the region at large. The atrocities we have seen committed after that are unbearable to mention even. So I think what should happen, I think this plan was launched before it's being prepared. So we don't see the armies ready. Now they're discussing which countries are going to give personnel to help with the peace. We don't know who it is. Would this ceasefire last? I don't know. Definitely we see that President Trump is now finally trying to influence Netanyahu to stop, actually ordering him to stop. And you hear in Israel that Israel is not an independent state. It's now ruled by the United States. If it is ruling it is to stop the fighting, that's a good way, I think, of doing it. We should try and limit these elements like Hamas and the Houthis and Al-Hashd al-Sha'bi and of course Hezbollah, not only limit the role, but they should be not there at all. Iraq supposedly the Hashd was supposed to be part of the Houthi efforts and the Hezbollah efforts. We saw the they acted in a very cowardly way. And what they do is now they are like a mafia inside Iraq. They wreak havoc. They take the money. We don't know where the money goes. There is actually no electricity in a summer of 50 degrees in Iraq. And this is a country that has the second biggest reserve of oil. I mean, one cannot even imagine it. And schools are deteriorating. The economic life is also like this. So there should not be at all the presence of these elements, as I said. And I hope and I pray that they find some kind of force, Arab force or others, that can monitor the peace until they can train some Palestinian forces to take care of the peace in Gaza. That is, if the peace holds.
Turning away from regional affairs to your own career itself, you've interviewed numerous powerful women over a very long and illustrious career, no less Benazir Bhutto, Margaret Thatcher and Indira Gandhi. I want to know, in the dealings you've had with those women in such powerful positions, do you think women can bring something special to leadership that men can't or don't to leadership roles?
I don't think, I'm sure that they can bring. I remember with the late Indira Gandhi, and I was the last journalist to see her alive and interview her a few hours before she was killed in her home. She said to me, we women see details that men are not able to see. We women are multifunctional, and we see that in our homes. When you work, you take care of your husbands, of the affairs of the house, you manage it, you have children, you take care of them. So I am very sure. Also, there is a certain empathy and tenderness about women that most men don't have in general, which I think is needed to govern a country or a people or to manage affairs of a state. I'm very happy to see that women are moving forward in the world, but not enough.
What about in this particular part of the world? How do you assess women's role in leadership positions in the region?
I am so proud of women in this region. You know, when I come to a country like Bahrain, where women have started education amongst the first Arab nationals actually to start, and they work everywhere. Banking is led by women, health is led by women, so many sectors. I'm also trying to finish a book I started about women in Saudi Arabia. And I mean, every time I go, if I don't go for a couple of months, I come and I see it's like a revolution in women's affairs. And also in their confidence, which a woman cannot lead or cannot be somebody that can achieve something if she doesn't have confidence in herself and in her abilities and the role she can play in developing their country. I really believe women in the Gulf, women in the Arab world in general, but specifically in the Gulf, because countries like my country, where women were leaders, have regressed because of war and poverty and the state that we live in. So yes, I think there is a lot of hope for Arab women, Gulf women, as I said in particular. And again, I want to talk about Saudi women. They set these visions for 2030. A lot of them have been met already. So it's there. You don't need to 2030. And I'm really, really impressed with their determination, their passion to prove themselves. They're everywhere. Everywhere you go, there are women in Saudi Arabia and now. And as I said, you know, this was, of course, progress in the making. Yes. But the last, I think, 7-8 years, it has moved at an unbelievable speed. It's women's work that can give her confidence and give her ability to move on.
If and when you finish that book, I hope you come back to Al Arabiya English to give us an exclusive insight. It sounds incredible. Baria Alamuddin, thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you so much for asking me. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America with so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. And the war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes. Forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that, you know, that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans. And with Trump, you know, definitely. And, you know, this is going to shock. Do you see, you're in central London now, we're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, you know, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent. Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is a good... I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties. And because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of. And that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct. And I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, you know, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. You know, recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, you know, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually. But it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, you know, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. You know, Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, you know, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. With their screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course they're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park. Right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in, I think, 2010, it had been running for a year or so, they came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks, and they burnt down Crazy Water Park. Right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly. Give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that, and I think it can be, and I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you were far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's you know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands, we gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, whatever long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. he's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's a good campaigner for his own city. That's a very, very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT. What do you use it for? What do you use it for? Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer. But ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology, because, you know, we're all simple, we're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, you know, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. A disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point, because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be, we are the world leader in AI, one of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. But Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, you know, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, you know, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, you know, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was prime, one of the first things that I did when I was prime, 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then, but we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea. And as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, oh my God, and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done, yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. It's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street, quite properly. But, you know, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. You know, I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before, you know, I think things will go on.
And of course,
I mean, as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that the people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, you know, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, you know, it's a lot of work. You know, I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things, so I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or, you know, it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. You know, it is statistically possible. You can get, or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, you know, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. You know, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. You know, I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well, I think you've ever fought. So is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's a, it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's,
offensive.
Offensive. I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad, it's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And there's a point. What he says about, and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue. And we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more,
How is this?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think
it seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Or maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems. And this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that and get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
Other people have got to back, but the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, US President Donald Trump has signed a bill ending the longest government shutdown in the country's history. It's been 43 days since the shutdown began, with thousands of federal employees working without pay or being furloughed or laid off. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Gemma and Shane, great to have you both with me in the studio today. Gemma, so let's start with this. So a lot happening when it comes to the US shutdown. As I said there, the longest in American history. It's finally coming to an end. But lots of questions have been raised about who is actually the real winner in this whole scenario. Is it Trump for getting the Democrats on side, or is it the Democrats who still have time to have the healthcare discussions?
Yeah, I'm quite sort of firmly of the opinion right now, and I know, there are lots of sort of things still in play, but this is a 100% win for Trump. Mm-hmm. And also the Democrats have come out of it, I think, looking even more in disarray, even worse than when they went into it. So we know that 8 Democrats voted with the Republicans in order to end the shutdown. Now, there were notions that there must have been deals being done, but as it transpired, there was sort of only one very small, and I hesitate to use the word promise because I think it's one of these things that wasn't even worth the paper that it was written on, if it was even written. It sounds like it was a verbal agreement. So the Republicans evidently promised the Democrats to hold a vote on extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits by mid-December, but there were no guarantees at all. Now, that's already been walked back by House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's already said he wouldn't commit to that plan. So even that tiny little bit of leverage that the Democrats believed, if they truly believed it, that they had, has already been basically 99% taken off the table. Now, the Democrats, there's a lot of infighting now. There's a lot of mudslinging in public. There's a lot of, back and forth. And there's a feeling that they are in a lot of disarray. The leadership, Chuck Schumer, he has been criticised by a lot of the party. Gavin Newsom, the California governor, has called the deal pathetic and a surrender. There's a lot of strong feelings here.
So what do you think they could have done, like hold out for longer?
I do wonder as well if Democratic supporters are going to feel betrayed by the fact that their party didn't hold out for something more concrete or something stronger.
Because it's only really till the end of January, so do you think they'll kind of look at what's happened and then maybe go for even longer or hold out in January again?
I don't think they're going to get what they want. I genuinely don't. And I don't think they were ever going to get. I think it was just a way of bringing them to the table.
But it's quite interesting when I have a look at this story, and I've read it and obviously listened to a lot of analysts on it. And I also had a conversation a little bit earlier with a Republican strategist called Adolfo Franco. And I said to him, have the Democrats lost the battle, but could they still win the war? Because a lot of the shutdown was over healthcare subsidies and the cost of healthcare to the average American, and it is extremely, extremely expensive. And also, the shutdown has come to an end. We know air traffic control was a disaster towards the end and people can't get home for Thanksgiving. But I think it would be interesting to see going forward how much healthcare now plays into the mindset of people who go voting, because the cost of living is still the main reason that people in America go out and vote.
Yeah, and I think I agree with what Gemma said about the Democrats, but I think the fact that they were kind of willing to fight on that issue, I think is honourable, and it puts them on the right side of history. And the fact that sort of Trump generally sort of dismisses it as a political football, but I think fighting for healthcare is an honourable pursuit by the Democrats. But I think it's just generally across the board in terms of cost of living. And it's interesting that in November, consumer sentiment in Americans was down to a 3-year low. So I think a lot of these kind of issues are the ones that are going to come into play, but we'll only see that manifest in the midterms in a couple of years' time. And like I said last week, I think this is just a ridiculous way of running a country in terms of having the budget become a political issue. Like if you see the British budget is coming up soon, it's not like the Tories are going to be able to hold up the implementation of whatever awful budget Rachel Reeves implements on the British people, but that's another story. So I think that's ridiculous, but I think we're going to see this more and more pretty much every year during Trump's sort of premiership and presidency. So I think we'll just have to get used to shutdowns, and the country will just have to come up with a way of coping during shutdowns, which will become a regular annual thing like turkey on Thanksgiving.
So I guess what's quite interesting is that filibuster that the Democrats used in order to cause this shutdown is a very different political landscape in the US. But do you think that we'll see changes in the US following the shutdown at all?
I think so. You'll see the immediate impact, which is about 11 billion the last time in 2018, 2019 was the impact immediately on the economy. I think you'll see the impact in terms of a lot of the furloughed workers will get their money, so they will spend that. So there will be a little bit of a sort of consumer and travel spree. So if you're looking at what stocks to go into, they're the obvious ones to choose. Also, a lot of the economic data has been on hold, so we haven't had any of that. So that will lead to increased sort of physical just ambiguity, I think is the best word. So that usually then will lead to the dollar weakening. So then gold is already going up. So anything that's priced in dollar will get cheaper around the world, which is, that's a bonus. I've heard Bitcoin might get better. But then the problem is that it's the contract workers. The furloughed workers will get their money back paid, but it's all the contract workers, the cleaners, the park rangers who are maybe freelancers, they won't get any of that money. So they will be directly impacted. And I did look as well on the furloughed workers across the different departments. So it's not just equal across the board or 100% of them. And it's interesting that a lot of the departments where Trump is not massively keen on, for example, the Environment Protection Agency, Department of Education, they had about 90% workers sent home, while the Treasury and some of the other ones only had about 2%. You could say the Treasury is more important, but I think that again, that's politically weighted. So the impact on the shutdown on departments will be varied, and that will have a sort of a longer term impact. But in terms of where people stand in terms of who's to blame, the Reuters poll that was out just in the last few days, it's split 50-50, which is basically how American politics is operating at the moment, where whether you listen to Fox or CNN is where you're going to get your opinions from. So, but the IMF did come out in the last few hours in a Reuters story saying that Q4 results are going to be negatively impacted in the immediate term. So it is going to have a long-term impact, is a long answer short.
It's really interesting, though, because even, just a quick thought on this, even when we looked at the stock markets, they were actually pretty good.
Yeah, they've reacted well, but I think it'll be interesting because we'll have no figures to base on, and we've got the Fed meeting results, and then you've nothing to sort of base on. And a lot of ambiguity is not good for the stock market in the long term.
Or for investment.
No, exactly.
The shapewear brand, co-founded by Kim Kardashian, Skims, has been valued at $5 billion. It comes after it raised $225 million in new funding from investors, which will go towards opening more stores around the world. The company also expects its sales to top $1 billion this year. Gemma, wow.
Big numbers.
Big numbers. And the Kardashians do it again, right?
You can't count Kim out, can you?
No.
Struggling to say that. And you shouldn't, I don't think. She has been written off. I've been writing about celebrity for quite a long time, quite a big portion of my career. And I have seen her written off and written off and written off time and time again. You know, she's had her 5 minutes. I mean, she has extended her 5 minutes for a very long time. So she is, and the family is, part of the culture now. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't know the Kardashians in the deepest, darkest kind of, you know, Amazon forest or something. Even then you might be surprised. Now, her success, she has, obviously we know she's built upon like the reality TV show. We also have to remember she has built her success off the backs of other people's expertise. So is she a savvy businesswoman, or does she surround herself with savvy business people? Some people might say that's one and the same thing, because to surround yourself with savvy people, you've got to, you know, be pretty smart in business yourself. But I'm interested in the question, I raised this earlier, is she a hard worker or is she just busy? Because we see her all the time, you know, she says, oh, I selected the colours for this, or I selected the materials. And I think, well, were you just looking down, you know, a Pantone sheet and you tick the kind of colours that you like? That to me is being busy, and it's different to being a hard worker. Irrespective of that, I do think what she's done with her 15 minutes is absolutely, you know, insane.
But do you think, like, they must get hundreds, if not thousands, of pitches for various different products to put their name to it? And I remember Paris Hilton being interviewed about that, about the different options that she gets on a daily basis. So do you think the skill is in picking the right ones to go with and the right ones to partner with?
Absolutely. I mean, her recent foray into a type of underwear has shown not many people would have gone in that direction.
Definitely
I don't
not.
think, but she spotted a niche and was like, let's do it, and it's sold out. So yeah,
and the head wraps,
which
have been
stop
shown
your double chin wraps,
and also have been shown to stop snoring as well. So that is the byproduct. I would generally Google this because I have a bit of a snoring problem, according to my wife. So I may be investing in some of this $5 billion, possibly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I just Christmas present.
Yeah, exactly. Can you show photos?
Can I just say one thing? I think Kim Kardashian, I know you might think she's just busy, or a lot of people might think she's just busy, you know, doing glam and doing photo shoots. But I've always watched her show, and I'm always impressed about how hardworking they are. Right, okay. Because, you know, it is difficult to go to all these photo shoots and to be booked and to pitch up and to meet people. That is a lot of work within itself. And, you know, she's booked out and she pays a lot of money. People pay for her to do events and go to Paris Fashion Week. That's day in and day out of meeting people, showing off your brand, selling what you're making. Because she's basically the brand.
She's at a level now, though, that's quite glamorous work, you know, being flown to a fashion week. I genuinely don't want to take anything away from Kim Kardashian, because I do think it's impressive, what she's done, absolutely. And it's unprecedented. I don't feel, you know, we've talked about Paris Hilton. She never achieved half of what Kim Kardashian
No way.
has.
And
so it is absolutely, you know, it's unprecedented in the culture.
And they were friends. Obviously, she started off with Paris Hilton's stylist, then little did we know she would become even bigger, you know. But I think the Kardashians are such a fascinating family because, like you say, they were probably the start of online influencers and taking selfies and influencing culture and body shape and everything sort of
I think it was the number of them. You know, there's a lot of the sisters, and while Paris Hilton didn't have on. Well, there was Nikki Hilton, admittedly, but you know, if she'd had a full family that were going to get involved in it, and you know, it may have taken off a bit more. But it is phenomenal. Like, you know, I do admire Kim Kardashian, but it goes back to what you were saying earlier. You know, like, why is Trump not being vilified? You know, in America at the moment, you've got the president, you know, linked to Epstein, and then you've got Kim Kardashian, the biggest celebrity who became famous for a sex tape, who was the assistant of someone else who had a sex tape. So it's it's kind of like when you look at what's happening in America, you're like, really, what is going on? But
these are the people you're choosing to worship and give money to.
Yeah. So, but then let's just get real for a second. If you look at the numbers,
yeah, let's go into the business of Skims.
The reason it's not worth $5 billion is in the account of this company. Basically, a lot of really good people like Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs isn't just going to give money to anyone. So they've collectively, well, a lot of other people as part of the group, given $225 million. So that is the number. But the amount of the percentage, like if you remember Dragon's Den, so if you get 10%, then that is then equal to $5 billion if somebody wanted to buy it. But the number of revenue is about $1 billion. And then the reason they're going to use this is to do physical stores. So this is when it's going to get complicated, because there's 18 stores at the moment, and it started off mainly sort of marketing online, and then you could buy them sort of through online retailers. But when you start going to bricks and mortar, that's when it starts getting complicated, and that's when the costs go up. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of years, because we've seen a lot of brand names. You know, Stella McCartney, Victoria Beckham, they set up stores, and that's when the profitability really becomes an issue. And now she's got Goldman Sachs that she's got to answer to. So it's going to be interesting to see, this elevates. But there's brands like Nike have tied up with Skims, and the Mall of the Emirates is going to have one soon. I read it didn't give the date, so you have to wait. Unfortunately,
I can't wait.
So it'll be extremely popular. Do you remember when Kim Kardashian came to Dubai Mall for that milkshake one?
I remember millions of milkshakes.
They had to practically shut down the mall. So, she's a cultural phenomenon, and fair dues to her. But this will be interesting to see once the costs have started raking up in the years to come.
But just a quick thought: do you, Gemma and Shane, think Skims would have been what it is without Kim Kardashian behind it?
She co-founded it with a couple called the Greeds, who have a track record in coming up with these ideas and putting them together with a face and a brand. So she had these incredibly savvy business people. Do I think it would have been as successful without her? Absolutely not. She has the reach on social media.
Shines a light on it.
Yeah, she has the whole family backing as well, because irrespective if you like the Kardashians or not, they seem to all have each other's backs, and they all cross-promote, and they will always, and you look at, Kylie Jenner, who has an even bigger following on social media than Kim Kardashian. So, no, absolutely not. I think she has been the face of it, and she's the one who's made it successful.
Now, US House Democrats have released new emails from Jeffrey Epstein which contain details about Donald Trump. They include an exchange between Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, from 2011, which detailed Trump spending hours with a redacted victim. The White House have accused the Democrats of creating a fake narrative and say the unnamed victim is the late Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster in Surrey and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who's in London for us. Isabel and Freddie, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Isabel, let's start with you. So first of all, these emails, they are pretty inflammatory. How did the Democrats get hold of the latest emails, and why are we only hearing about them right now?
Yeah, what an interesting development. I think this has probably caught the White House a little bit on the back foot. This morning, Trump woke up probably feeling rather pleased with himself that he'd exposed fake news within the BBC, and certainly a couple of heads rolling over here as a result of that. But what has actually happened is a sort of process in the United States. There is a committee that is responsible for holding the federal government and a number of government agencies to account. Now, Now, it is Republican-led, but a number of Democrats within that committee had released these 3 emails today from the Epstein estate. Now, although it is Republican-led, they have a Democrat chair, and the chair has this overriding power of subpoena, which means that he can call witnesses without the permission and the votes of the committee and force them to give evidence. And it has moved the dial somewhat in this Epstein case. And so we have seen these 3 emails released by the Democratic members of this obscure committee, if you like, which we were expecting them actually to announce the end of the government shutdown today, but no one's talking about that now. And effectively, what it has done has led the Republicans to release a further 20,000 emails. And let me explain that a bit better, because the 3 emails, a lot of people are describing as something of a smoking gun. I'll let you be the judge of that, though, because in one of those emails, Epstein is writing to Trump's biographer, and he says that Trump was aware of all of the girls that Ghislaine was procuring. He makes that allegation quite clear. Now, obviously, Trump has always denied knowing anything about what was going on. And then in an email from the convicted paedophile to Ghislaine Maxwell, he also is quoted in this email as having as that Trump was the dog that hasn't barked, and Trump has spent hours with the name of the victim is redacted from that email at his house. Now, the White House have come out quite strongly, as I say, on the back foot, but they are denying that this is a smoking gun in any shape. They're describing it as a smear, as you said, Leigh Ann, and they have claimed that the redacted name from that email was actually that of Virginia Giuffre, who, as we know, recently passed away. But she spoke at length in the past about how President Trump was never one of her abusers. So lots of confusion, lots of he says, she says. But at the moment, in real time, journalists are poring over these 20,000 or so emails to try and understand if there is some context to any of this, if Trump is on the hook for what we are learning today, because he's always claimed, didn't he, before he came into office, that he would release these Epstein files. Well, some people are saying effectively this is the Epstein files, and we're only just beginning to get a sense, really, of what the repercussions will be.
Yeah, and as you did say, Isabel, there's so much to go through, and I'm sure every newsroom around the world is looking through what's been released today. But Freddie, the White House now says an external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. Could we see the BBC using taxpayer money to settle this with President Donald Trump? We've actually skipped a little bit of a beat there. That's my fault. Freddie, let's get back to the Epstein files. Can you tell me your thoughts on the Epstein files? I do apologise.
No need to apologise. It's all connected, so we can really talk about it all at any time, because it's all about Donald Trump, really, as so much of the news is these days. And I think it is a particularly interesting development. One of the interesting things about it is that Michael Wolff is involved in these emails. Now, Michael Wolff has written a series of books about Donald Trump. The Trump administration has always repeatedly said that he's a sort of fantasist, that he's weaved together fact and fiction a lot. But one of the things he's said is that he's seen pictures of Trump that would be very, very embarrassing to him, to Trump, that is. And so it'll be interesting to see if this is just the beginning of a flood of emails and images of Trump in relation to Epstein, which are going to cause huge embarrassment for the Trump presidency. The White House is going to deny this till it's flat in the face, reject all these accusations. But the fact is this stuff is just going to keep hovering around, much as it did for the Duke of York or the Andrew, formerly known as Prince, as he's now called. And of course, with that story, Andrew did have a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. It was always a bit murky as to quite how close that friendship was. Trump has always insisted he did know him, but he didn't like him. They fell out quite early on. I think what Trump is embarrassed about, and this is why the FBI and the DOJ didn't release those, or probably why they didn't release the files earlier on, is because for all the Trump campaign's talk about releasing the Epstein files, they knew that there were going to be emails that people could use to tie Donald Trump to Epstein. And I think that's what we're seeing now. And the Democrats are very, very excited about this.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? I was just thinking about it because Freddie Isabel mentioned Prince Andrew there. Well, formerly Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Some of these emails that have been released today do name Andrew. They also name Peter Mandelson. So the Epstein files are just not going away when it comes to the US or the UK, are they?
Yeah, and Freddie talks about the Democrats being delighted about all of this. I think there'll be a number of Republicans who are extremely concerned about it as well, not least those core members of Donald Trump's MAGA base who elected him on the promise that he would, you know, stand up to what is seen to be this elite that is beyond the realms of the judiciary and, you know, these super rich, super powerful people. And, you know, this just speaks to all of that. And does, I think, and Freddie may disagree, but I think it does destabilise the president a little bit, because there are those who have been relying on him to come up, and he stalled and he prevaricated. But today there isn't anywhere really further to hide. I think it is a huge embarrassment for President Trump. He is the Teflon president. We'll see what he says. He personally hasn't commented yet. I think he has a dinner in Washington this evening, but his press secretary is, as Freddie says, denying it and saying this is a smear campaign. You know, all of this is rather unsatisfactory, and I always find it really interesting that in this case it's actually British people only who've ever been convicted or held accountable. We're talking about Mandelson, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Ghislaine Maxwell, all Brits, which I just think is so fascinating, and also speaks to that thing that the MAGAs are all complaining about, that in the United States, if you're extremely rich and powerful, there is a sense that you can be above the law.
Yeah, and Freddie, if we just drill down a little bit into what Isabel said there about people in the Republican Party who could be concerned about this, Marjorie Taylor Greene has actually had a lot to say about it, and she's a Republican herself, and she almost linked the US shutdown to this Epstein situation we're now in.
Yes, indeed. What Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing at the moment is fascinating, and Trump's actually addressed this in recent days, saying he doesn't know what's gone wrong with Marjorie and so on, because she has been a very loyal Trumpist for a long time. And in recent weeks and months, she has started to criticize the Trump-Vance agenda on all sorts of things, economics being central to that. But she always goes back to this issue of the Epstein files, because for a lot of Trump voters, the Epstein files are this sort of neuralgic issue that symbolize everything that they regard as wrong with the global elite, the way politics has been run for too long. And it's what they hoped that Donald Trump would overcome. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is now, has said quite recently that she thinks one of the reasons the shutdown went on so long, why Washington was effectively sort of shut down, was to keep this story out of the news. That's a hell of a claim, might be quite hard to back up, but it certainly feeds into this kind of a lot of people call it paranoid, but it's certainly conspiracy theory minded thinking that goes on within MAGA, the Make America Great movement. And a lot of voters feel it. And when it comes to Donald Trump, because he's always been their hero, they're very conflicted about it. So this is why it's such a thorny issue for the White House, and why today I think there's a press conference going on right now. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, will be very awkwardly batting away lots of questions about this.
Yes, well, she has just said that they think the vote will end the shutdown this evening, and that will happen. So she's been talking about that. But Isabel, I don't know what your thoughts are, because we've spoken a lot about Trump's MAGA base, and he campaigned and said, of course, I'll release these Epstein files, which has never happened. Pam Bondi never said we've got the list, never came to light. So many confusing parts to the story. Do you think maybe the Republican Party should just release the Epstein files and get ahead of this so they're not on the back foot the whole time?
Well, I mean, you're asking me as a journalist, and, I've always very much subscribed to transparency being, daylight being the greatest disinfectant. Just, you've got nothing to hide, come clean. But, it just makes me deeply suspicious when people obfuscate. And, yes, of course, Republicans should be demanding that everything's out in the open, obviously. And yes, they would be able to get ahead of what is ultimately a scandal. And the truth will come out. It always does.
Always comes out in the wash. Now, Freddie, let's move on to another story and another scandal, but it's happening with the BBC. And the White House now says that an external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. Could we see the BBC using taxpayers' money to settle this with President Donald Trump? I think this is the question many people in the UK are asking.
Well, it would be. Taxpayer money and licence fee payer money that would be used to settle it. Every time the BBC does have to do a payout, and it does happen from time to time that the BBC falls foul of a libel suit or something like that. I think the striking thing about that $1 billion suit that the Trump administration is filing is how comparatively small fry it is, in fact, compared to the $15 billion suit he's got against the New York Times and the $10 billion suit he's got against the Wall Street Journal. So in a way, it's perhaps surprising he went so low as just $1 billion. But it is nonetheless extremely awkward for the BBC, which prides itself on being this sort of globally prestigious news organisation that stands up for impartiality and true news rather than fake news. They've been caught, they've exposed themselves, and it's been leaked, in fact, editing footage of Trump that was obviously wrong. It was obviously a big slip-up and a big mistake. I think what's quite interesting about it is the reason it's come out now is because of this internal inquiry within the BBC. And it's because there are people in the BBC who were appointed by Boris Johnson when he was Prime Minister to try and sort of address the obviously metropolitan liberal, very anti-Trump bias in the BBC. And they have gone to war, effectively. There's a kind of knife fight going on within the organisation between people who are on the right of centre saying that this is a terribly left-wing organisation and people on the left who are saying there's a kind of right-wing coup going on with the BBC. And because the BBC is so intricately connected to the British establishment, it brings out all sorts of fights and venom into not just the BBC, but if you look at the British press this week, you'll see it everywhere. There's a sort of open, a quiet warfare that's come out in the open this week, and it's going to rumble on even since these resignations of senior BBC officials. It's going to rumble on.
So, Isabel, yes, we've seen heads roll at the BBC over that editing of that Trump speech in a Panorama documentary, and many questions are being raised. Is the BBC institutionally biased? This keeps coming up. Donald Trump has said that this could have been election interference. He's very unhappy with the way that the BBC behaved, but I want to get your thoughts on this.
Well, I think, no one can defend what was done on the Panorama edit. It was absolutely awful. And as a journalist, I'm absolutely amazed, to be honest, that they got away with that and that it wasn't picked up sooner, to be perfectly honest, by anyone, that it came out through a leak. I mean, we were all privy to the speech. It is quite shocking to me that it has taken so long to come to light. On the point about licence fee payers possibly having to pay this $1 billion lawsuit, I really, by the way, think that's just hugely unlikely. I think it feeds into Trump's kind of rhetoric. He likes to be seen to be taking on the media that he disagrees with. And he's often, as you've said, sued these media organisations in the United States. But, the statute of limitation in the UK is already expired. So he can't take legal action from this country. And if he is going to file a lawsuit in the United States, he's got a couple of months left to do that. But he has to be able to prove that the Panorama documentary actually aired in the United States in order to be able to do that as a number one obstacle to him actually successfully making the licence fee payer pay out. And there's no evidence at this point that the Panorama was being aired there. But also there are, enshrined in the First Amendment of the US Constitution, really strong US freedoms of the press. And, he as a president has done more, I would argue, than any previous president to try and undermine those in terms of, pushing out people from White House briefings that he doesn't like, asking questions, receiving questions only from people who are favourable towards him. And the hypocrisy of him turning around and accusing the BBC of in some way being institutionally biased, I can't let go. And that, I did used to work there, full disclosure, but it's been 15 years since I left. I also would point out that there's a big difference with the United States, that when these organisations that he's taken on in the past, they don't tend to see heads roll in the way that we've seen Tim Davie and Deborah Turnus. I mean, those are really enormous scalps. You know, for context, for people who aren't in the United Kingdom, and Tim Davie oversees the whole of the BBC. You know, he's not the one just in terms of the news. That, you know, Deborah was the CEO of that, which in itself is an absolutely enormous worldwide operation. But Tim Davie sits on the board for everything, and those two scalps have gone. Now, you know, that's a huge price to pay, but I think really for the BBC, the biggest price that they are paying is this, you know, questioning now of their trustworthiness. And, you know, they do remain the most trusted news organisation in this country. And I think that, you know, that isn't something that will go as a result of this. I think people can see for themselves that this was an absolute lapse of judgment and a terrible mistake. And I hope that it doesn't do untold damage to the BBC, because I think that on the whole, more than any other media organisation, they do work incredibly hard to be impartial. And my final point on this really is just to say that I do think that a lot of the people that come out on the attack of the BBC the most are usually the ones who are themselves the most flagrantly biased. So there's a bit of hypocrisy, not just from Trump, but from other media organisations in this country.
Trump administration could refuse overweight foreigners from receiving a US visa, according to a leaked State Department memo. Those with certain medical conditions, as well as applications of retirement age, will have to prove they can support themselves without employment or reliance on public benefits. Isabel, let's go to you first. So, does Donald Trump have a really good point here? If you grant visas to those with health concerns, will that just cost the US way too much money? Or do you think in some ways maybe he's been a little bit harsh?
No, I absolutely think President Trump's well within his rights here. You know, as a leader of a country, you have to make a cost-benefit analysis, don't you, to anyone that you're letting into the country? What is this migrant visa going to bring us in terms of the economy, in terms of a job that it's going to fill, and what is it going to cost us? And I think it is a perfectly reasonable question to ask whether people with multiple problems linked to their weight will actually be a drain on the economy and therefore make all Americans poorer. He's not saying it about his own citizens. He's saying it about people that want to come in and live in his country. So I think it's fair. I think, you know, it might be harsh on the surface of it. And, you know, I'm all about compassionate politics, but, you know, we're living through economically difficult times. And, you know, I think it's a fair assessment for him. The one thing I would say, because you know me, I'm not going to always be generous to President Trump. I would say that if he was really public spirited in his kind of outlook in terms of public health, he would have taken a few other decisions towards his own nation, and I'm talking specifically about the appointment of Robert Kennedy as his health secretary. And he's also made some bizarre comments about things like Tylenol and its links to autism. I don't think he's necessarily a wonderful arbiter when it comes to matters of health, but I think on this one, I think it's a fair point.
So, Freddie, let's talk a little bit about this, because Donald Trump, this is not the first time that he's actually called out people for being fat. You remember, I think you and Isabel were on the show with me when he talked about fat troops. Do you think Donald Trump is just far too hung up on aesthetics? Or is he basically saying this is a genuine health concern?
He is very hung up on the issue of fatness. He talks a lot about fat shots or fat jabs, as he calls them, Ozempic, Mounjaro, those sorts of things. He's done that quite a lot in recent months. There was a large rumour, which has been refuted, that he was on the fat jabs himself. But he actually outed one of his advisors in public, which I'm not sure went down very well with all of his circle. He said, Stephen, who's one of his comms people, he said, Stephen's on it, and pointed at Stephen, who was in the room, Stephen Chung, that was. I think it is interesting. I mean, as the most calorie-challenged person on this panel, I'm not sure I quite go as far as Isabel, because what I find quite interesting is, you know, Trump can talk about deporting criminals, including sort of violent rapists and stuff, and forcibly deporting them. And there's quite a strong reaction to that. And then he says that we're banning fat people, and everybody says, oh, yeah, completely fair enough.
No, come on, Freddie. That's completely different.
It's completely different, and it's a facetious point. So I will not make it. I will retract it.
Okay,
but I do think it
because
might
I mean, we're not talking about deporting fat people. We're talking about barring them from coming in if they have comorbidities. And, you know, I think you've retracted it, so I shan't even point out its absurdity.
You're quite right. You're quite right. We'll move on. But I do think there is a connection between the fat shots, as they're called, and this policy, because the Trump administration is very keen to bring down the cost of Mounjaro and Ozempic in America. And they're looking at ways of doing that and federal ways of funding it. And obviously they're thinking we've actually got an extremely obese population in comparison with other countries. And therefore we can't really afford to be taking in more very fat people because we've got quite enough very fat people all on our own.
You know, and Isabel, sorry, I was just going to say that's a good point that Freddie makes because, you know, 40% of Americans are overweight, and that's compared to 16% of people around the world. It seems to be a huge difference. And like you did say, Donald Trump likes to talk a lot about the fat jabs. And I remember when he pointed out someone in his team, he said they've stopped working. I don't know what the point was there, but yeah, Donald Trump.
He's sort of saying, he said he knows lots of fat people that are on the jabs and he doesn't think they're any good. I mean, by the way, can we just start by talking about pot kettle leg? He's not exactly the supermodel, is he? And I think his previous White House medical reports have shown him to be obese, his BMI being over 30. But on the point about the cost to society of fat people in America, you're talking about 40% of Americans being obese. It actually increases when you get to the over 40s. I think it's almost 50%, almost half of Americans over 40 are obese. And that costs in terms of medical support per year $173 billion. So, you know, he's not idiotic to question whether bringing in more fat people is a good idea.
So, Freddie, I was wondering how on earth this could actually be put into place. You go to the States quite a lot. I don't know what your thought is about the weight of the people there, but would he put people on scales before and they will have to have their BMIs done? Sometimes Donald Trump says things that kind of make sense, but it's actually putting those wheels in motion to make it happen.
Well, you're quite right. I mean, there would be practical difficulties. I think it would be feasible to do it. But quite often these stories, they are deliberately put out by the Trump administration to get this sort of hysterical reaction of people saying, oh, my God, that's outrageous. And then most people, like Isabel, say, no, I think that's actually quite a reasonable policy. And that's probably what's going on here. I think an interesting thing about Trump and fatness, if you can bear with me, is on the fat jabs. It was quite interesting last year. Charlie Kirk, the late Charlie Kirk, who was very influential in Trump world, and a few other MAGA people were trying to push this idea that Trump should apply pressure on Denmark to get Greenland, because Trump wants to annex Greenland, as everybody knows. And that one of the ways in which he might do this is by threatening to impose huge tariffs on Ozempic, which is owned by a Danish company. And that he would therefore be using America's obesity, which is, as we said, 40% an enormous problem, as kind of leverage in a strategic negotiation, which I think is the most Trumpy idea I've ever heard. And in its weird way, it's sort of brilliant.
Yeah, it's kind of enlightening, isn't it, when you put it like that? Novo Nordisk is, of course, that company, the Danish company who does make Ozempic and has been extremely successful. But, Isabel, I just want to comment on the aesthetics of Donald Trump's team, because I think they're all good-looking, they're all pretty slim. I know Donald Trump loves McDonald's and he has a Diet Coke button, but there is a point, isn't it, to having good-looking people around you? It just keeps people interested.
Oh, I don't know, really. I mean, isn't the famous saying that politics is just showbiz for ugly people? No one expects their politicians to be attractive, really. I mean, maybe in the States, but I can't remember the last time we had an attractive politician. Is that unkind of me? Apologies to senior government in this country, but, you know, there are more important things. And, you know, personally, I think it's a sensible policy, but do we need to have attractive members of leading our country? No. I mean, it's great if they're attractive. It's an added bonus, isn't it? But it's not be all and end all.
Trump calls it central casting, and I think he has sort of figured out that essentially a lot of frontline politics now is just reality TV. And so having lots of attractive people suits his purposes. Whether it's right or not, I leave that to others to decide.
Well, he also, can we point out that he is an unhuman colour of orange? You know, if he is really interested in aesthetics, there are some gaping errors in his own.
But Isabel, I actually...
A handsome man in his prime, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, Isabel, I actually read an article about how long it takes him to do that fake tan and that makeup and that bronzing. That's hours and hours of processing to happen each day and each evening. A lot of work goes into that look that he likes to maintain. That is actually a whole thing. He's got a whole team who make him look that colour, believe it or not.
A US official has said that Syria is joining the global coalition against ISIS. The announcement was made just hours after President Donald Trump welcomed his Syrian counterpart, Ahmed al-Sharaa, for historic talks at the White House. Now, after their meeting, al-Sharaa also told Fox News Channel's special report that his association with the al-Qaeda militant group was a matter of the past and was not discussed in Monday's meeting with the US president. Here's a little listen of some of what he had to say.
Only 19 years old, so I was a very young person, and it didn't have any decision-making power at that time, and I don't have anything to do with it. And Al-Qaeda was not present right then in my area. So you're speaking to the wrong person about this subject. We mourn for every civilian that got killed, and we know that people suffer from the war, especially civilians who paid a price, a hefty price for the war. We talked about the president and the future. We talked about the investment opportunities in the future in Syria, and so that Syria is no longer looked at as a security threat. It is now looked at as a geopolitical ally, and it's a place where the United States can have great investments, especially extracting gas.
Dr. Ellie, that is history that we're watching right there. First of all, a Syrian president in the White House. It's never happened before. Also a man who previously fought the US, now been welcomed by a president of the United States and joining together to combat the Islamic State group.
Definitely a first, as you said, definitely a historic moment, but not because it is a person who fought against the US is now in the White House, because we've seen that before, but more because it is a person who has a history in ISIS, in Al-Qaeda, who is now joining the US to fight ISIS in that sense. So it is all the background history of that guy. It is how he made it so fast, such a big change. To be received in the White House with such privilege is posing a lot of questions, a lot of doubts, and so on. But definitely this person, this new leadership in Syria, is doing something right. They are trying to appeal to all the different major powers in the region and in the world. They are saying what they are supposed to say, and they are claiming that they want to do what they are supposed to do. Have we seen actual effect on the ground or actual implementation? Very little so far. There are a lot of question marks, a lot of red flags, in my opinion, but still he is definitely going in the right direction and taking Syria in the right direction.
Well, time will tell with regards to what direction he's taking it, I guess, and what he's doing on the ground. But Michael, with regards to the US public, and again, as Dr. Ellie said, bringing somebody in who has formerly been a foe of the nation is not overly unusual for this administration. But what is unusual is that we're now seeing this palsy-walsy connection between both Syria and the US that we haven't seen before. How have the US public kind of reacted to that? Is there trepidation about al-Sharaa and his history?
So I just want to say, in that Fox interview, when he talked about that was in the past, let's remind everyone that it was less than a year ago that he had a $10 million bounty on his head by the U.S. government.
He didn't say how far in the past.
He did not. You're absolutely right. I think that the White House, if they wanted this to receive as little attention as possible, they got lucky because the U.S. government shutdown was coming to an end, and that took over a lot of what the media were covering. Also because the Syrian leader went into the White House through the side door. There wasn't the traditional press spray, as there often is, where Donald Trump takes questions. It was photographs that were released after the fact. These were all working to, the White House's advantage if they didn't want the American people to question it too much. But I also don't believe that the American people would have been too fussed about this, because I don't know that they would necessarily have known a lot of the more controversial aspects to his past. But what the U.S. is doing is, to Dr. Ellie's point, I think exactly what leaders in the GCC want, which is they would like Syria to be embraced by the international community. And to his credit, the Syrian leader is in fact doing everything that he can. But the international community and the U.S. have to take that trust but verify approach, which is trust him, but then they have to make sure that they're verifying everything that it is he says he will do, so that they can in fact make sure that they repeal the Caesar Act, for instance, so that then there can be U.S. investment in Syria, which is what everybody wants, so that the country becomes much more successful than it has been over 14 years of civil war, and then, of course, the 53 years under the Assads.
Dr. Ellie, the reason, and because Michael mentioned it there may be a reason we didn't have that pomp and ceremony that we normally would have with a world leader visiting the White House.
True. First, because he is not a full-on legitimate president that has been elected, and there's no constitution and there's no pure legal legitimacy. Still, so far, he is, as per the constitution, the head of the transitional power in Syria, and the constitution is just an initial declaration for now, waiting to be written. That's definitely all things taken into consideration. That's why maybe the different arrangements in the White House. But then again, continuing with what Michael was mentioning, I may not doubt his willingness to do what he's saying he will, but I will definitely doubt his ability to deliver on all the promises that he is doing. It's a very complex situation. It's a very complex past of components and of groups coming together, of militant groups coming together. And we have to remember and put in our mind that this army that he claims will be part of fighting ISIS has as part of it several former emirs of ISIS and of Al-Qaeda as now part of the military fraction of the new Syrian military. Will he be able to control those? Will they be able to deliver on the promise to fight ISIS? All of these dynamics, let alone the other dynamics of sectarian groups, the Kurds, the Druze, and all of that. There's a lot of doubts on how much he can deliver. He is definitely saying all the right things, and we're waiting to see how application will go from there on.
Michael, this could open the floodgates of inward investment into Syria, which would mean big things for Damascus, it would mean big things for Syria, and that is likely to be on the cards with the US backing them, right? This is something that really could happen.
It definitely could. And as I said, with the Caesar Act, if that can be repealed, it's been suspended for another 180 days.
Yeah.
And I think once that actually is dissolved, then you will get U.S. investment. But I think you'll also, in the meantime, have the Syrian diaspora trying to invest as much money as they possibly can. You're going to have so many Syrian refugees from neighboring countries wanting to go back. And then, of course, there's so many who have made it to the West who are going to want to send money, who are going to want to reinvest that money back into their country, because it now seems not just to be going down the road where it's going to be more stable, but you're going to have real U.S. involvement and a president who seems genuinely interested in making sure that he's engaged with the leader of the country.
Before we move on, Dr. Ellie, good news for Syria, but also great news for the US potentially. Damascus historically tied with Moscow and with Tehran as well. Surely US involvement and a military base which has been touted near Damascus is nothing but good news.
Definitely. They are now, we know that they have already the Tanaf base that is on the three border of Iraq, Jordan and Syria. Now they're speaking about a base that is close to Damascus, that oversees the situation, that plays as a front line for any further operations in the region. It's definitely key for for the US, but it also puts Syria in a precarious situation because we have Turkish soldiers, we have Israeli soldiers, we have talks with the Russians to renew their bases in the coast. So all this combination, will it remain to be stable or will it explode at a certain time with a lack of coordination between all these powers present in Syria?
Anonymous family in London are on the lookout for a tutor, but with a little bit of a difference. The advert calls for someone extraordinary and experienced to support their youngest child on his first steps to becoming an English gentleman. Hundreds of people have applied for the post with a salary of £180,000 a year. Jono, have you applied for the job? What more do we know about this job? The English gentleman. Okay, 180,000 a year, that's not bad.
Well, the position has already been filled from the website. It's been removed as a listing. And on that note, I have a little announcement. No, I am neither of those. I am neither of those things. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified enough for this. But it is a stack of cash, 180,000. That's British pounds a year to tutor their son. Now, you think, well, what age is the kid? It's a 1-year-old kid. The role involves, and the ad is very descriptive, teaching mannerisms, manners, language, posture and cultural habits, but from infancy. So you're now taking a 1-year-old, and critics are saying, well, this is absurd. You're going to try and mould a baby so early. Others are saying, you know what this is? Visionary. This is visionary parenting. This is how it's supposed to be. And it's a big market now. Tutoring globally is a big market, but tutoring for making the perfect English gentleman, I guess it requires a certain je ne sais quoi. Unfortunately, I don't possess that. But it's a lot of money for something that really should be taught in schools. And I don't know if doing it from the age of 1 is a little bit unnecessary, but you can never start them too early if you want to help them achieve Eton by the time they're 17 years old.
I don't know. 1 year old? I mean, should the child be a child? But Sarah, you are, of course, a mum. You're from England. And would you be keen to raise your son as an English gentleman? Is that important when you have children as you bring them into the world, or should they just basically be children?
Well, look, first of all, Jono, you are a perfect gentleman. I would be very happy to have you tutor my little son, who has just turned 1. We have an ongoing debate in our household because I'm British, my husband is Turkish, so my son is British, Turkish, American. Guys, I can tell you, they kind of come out with their own personalities. Like, my son is unquestionably Turkish. He likes Turkish cuisine. He is not interested in my British cooking. We actually have some of the images of him. Recently, you had Keir Starmer and Turkey's President Erdogan meeting and talking, and we got a shot of him looking at both of the leaders, and we were wondering which one that he would more naturally be drawn towards. But yeah, look, he's got even Turkish mannerisms, honestly, and he's not speaking fully yet, but he makes sounds that I can't pronounce because obviously my husband speaks to him in Turkish. I love the idea of having a tutor to make him a little English gentleman, but also some of the requirements on the advert are things that, like, most British people don't really, you know, the sort of speaking in, what's it called, RP, received pronunciation, is that it? I mean, just, you know, that's not really what it means to be British. I will also just point out, though, because I told you guys this earlier, when my son started picking up books, I thought, oh, he's a genius. And my father, always one to keep me humble, reminded me that John Stuart Mill, the philosopher, the English philosopher, was able to read and write in Greek by the age of 5. So that is the standard, I guess, these days that we're expected to meet as parents. But I don't know. I think it's nicer to just get out there, play a little bit, have your childhood, and worry about the academics maybe a bit later.
In saying that, I think if you want to give them the best shot in life, and you think if you have the money and you're thinking, I'd like to give them that element of it. I don't know how much of the time is going to be spent tutoring. It's gone into some detail with regards to how many days off you have. And it said there's a lot of time spare. You've got a lot of free time because the kid is only 1, so how much tutoring could you need to do? But I think never an opportunity. Otherwise, maybe it's a missed opportunity. You don't know what the child could have achieved if you'd started that role of tutoring them from a very early age, and you've tried to... And the old Victorian era of having a governess and having somebody who's on hand, and that seemed to have worked quite well for a lot of people. And I think there's that nature versus nurture argument, and there's certainly people who, if they'd had this opportunity in life, they could have reached their full potential. And then if by the age of 5 or 6 you'd realise that maybe perhaps we're not dealing with the brightest spark in the box, then at that stage you might think, OK, I'm wasting 180 grand a year. But I think it's getting them on the right path initially to see what you could potentially achieve. You could have the next Isaac Newton, you could have another Albert Einstein. But you won't know unless you spend the cash.
Could have the next Elon Musk.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Or maybe even an amazing genius.
I mean, you never know. I do think you've put up a good argument, both of you. I'm not a parent, but I also think it's very difficult because everyone comes out with their own personality, don't they? And there's no way that you can change her, no matter what parenting you try to put in place.
You can mould it a little bit.
A little bit.
For 180 grand a year, you'd want to.
Are you going to be a ballerina, Leigh Ann?
Pardon?
You're not going to be a ballerina at one point?
My mum, English teacher. My English had to be impeccable at home, and she really wanted me to be a ballerina, to dance and to play a musical instrument and to speak a second language. Well, I escaped from ballet. I played on the tennis courts, fought the boys on the jungle gym, caused absolute havoc. She gave up. I wouldn't go to the lessons for the guitar. I wouldn't speak another language, and I still don't. I was a protester. I protested. I was not going to follow them on. So that's why it's really difficult, isn't it? You have all these dreams, but at the end of the day, your child is your child and does what they enjoy.
Look, everyone's got aspirations for their kids as well, and they'd like them to do the best version of them they can possibly be. And I think this is a family with a lot more money than sense, potentially, on something like this, and your kids will turn out how your kids turn out.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Well, we're joined now by Robert Ford, who was the US ambassador to Syria during the years 2011 to 2014. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You were, of course, ambassador to Syria at a time when President Bashar al-Assad, as he was then, looked like he wasn't going anywhere. And then today, we've seen pictures of the new leader, Ahmed al-Shara, playing basketball in Washington, D.C. with US officials. What went through your mind when you saw those pictures of the new president in Washington playing basketball?
Well, it's amazing that Ahmed Shara is visiting Washington since he was on the American terrorism list for more than 10 years. The pictures of him playing basketball, I think, are a great public relations effort. I give him credit for knowing how to appeal to Americans.
So he's in Washington holding these talks with President Trump. It's understood that the two men get along well. How can the United States best help Syria, do you think?
I think there are two things the Americans can do. First and foremost, Syria's economy has been devastated by the civil war, and the American cancellation of sanctions that Washington imposed over the years on Syria would help encourage investment, which Syria desperately needs. Its infrastructure is heavily damaged, and private investment in that infrastructure is vital, both for job creation and for rebuilding the economy more broadly. The second thing that the United States could do is to reduce tensions between the Israeli government in Jerusalem and Damascus and find a way to achieve a sort of ceasefire between Israeli forces in Syria. It's not that the Syrians are attacking the Israelis, they are not, but the Israelis regularly attack Syria.
I'm very interested in the relationship between President Trump and President Al-Shara because they got off to a very good start when they met in May in Saudi Arabia. And President Trump described President Al-Shara as young, attractive and tough, amongst other things. Lots of very glowing labels he attached to him. Now, you've met President Al-Shara and you've known him since before he became president of Syria. I'd like to ask you, what sort of a person is he? What struck you most about him when you've engaged in discussions with him?
So I've met him 3 different times between 2023 and 2025. Shara speaks very softly. You almost have to lean forward to hear him. He's a thinker. He likes to engage on ideas. He is, I think, pragmatic in the sense that he is not bound to any kind of hard line or very specific ideological agenda. I think he's very much a politician, but at the same time, I don't think he's a Democrat. He does not, for example, welcome the establishment of a viable political opposition at this time in Syria, at least.
Wouldn't that be a little premature? And don't you think perhaps he and his administration, with the help of international partners, need to fix some of the damage that's been done by 14 years of warfare before the idea of elections can be entertained?
Well, 2 things. Number one, absolutely reestablishing security, number one. And number 2, getting a process started to rebuild the economy. Those are absolute priorities. You are totally right. However, at the same time, you can begin to lay a groundwork for eventual political evolution. For example, the country just held a sort of indirect election for a temporary parliament, but there was no political party law. And Syrians, I think, in order to evolve into a more stable political entity, are going to need, for example, political parties and political associations. And those the government is not looking with favor towards.
Okay, so we've talked a bit earlier in the conversation about what Syria wants from the United States. What do you think President Trump wants to achieve and gain from this relationship with Syria's new leader?
I think the Trump administration, like its predecessors in the White House, views the number one priority in Syria as counterterrorism and ensuring that the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria doesn't regain a strong foothold from which it could threaten the United States or other allies, for example, in Europe, Middle East. That is the number one priority. And to the extent that Ahmed Shara can cooperate and help on that, he will gain favor in Donald Trump's eyes. The second thing, which I think Donald Trump really would like to see, is an expansion of the Abraham Accords to include Syria. That means a normalization of relations between Damascus and Jerusalem. I think that is still some distance away.
Why is Syria so important? Why do you think it's been taken so seriously as a dossier by the Trump administration?
I think the Trump administration in the Middle East is still very concerned with the counterterrorism dossier. And so Syria plays a big role in that. I should include there Hezbollah and Iranian influence. The Trump administration, it takes a tough line on Iranian influence in the Middle East, as did the Biden administration and the first Trump administration. Before this Trump administration. Shara is vehemently against Hezbollah influence in Syria. That's another area where the United States and Syria can cooperate. And because Shara is against Iranian influence and Hezbollah influence in Syria, that is a plus for Israeli national security interests.
Iran was, of course, close to the leadership and the regime of Bashar al-Assad, as was Russia. Have those two relationships, Russia and Iran, now been entirely eclipsed, would you say, by this new fledgling but thriving relationship between Washington and Damascus?
Well, I think it is a fledgling relationship. I like that characterization. Shara was just in Moscow recently and talked about, for example, security arrangements, military equipment and such things, and also the possibility of Russian involvement in the reconstruction of Syria's oil and power sectors. So it's not right to say that the relationship between Syria and Russia is entirely cast aside or marginalized, but I think Shara understands that American and Western capabilities to help Syria, A, get past sanctions, and B, bring in private investment, working with Gulf states, is far greater than anything Russia can do for Syria economically.
Right, and knowing Syria as you do, and knowing the Syrian people, and having been there recently, you've been there this year already and seen the new leadership in place. I mean, what would be the public reaction to any sort of engagement between Damascus and Moscow, knowing that Russia propped up Bashar al-Assad, Russian warplanes obliterated towns and ensured that period of violence was as long as it was. I mean, do you really think the Syrian people would accept having some sort of relationship with Russia moving forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. When I was there in January, about 10 months ago, I met a number of fighters from Ahmed Shara's HTS militia group, and they were, how would I say it, very angry with Russia. And I met some people whose homes had actually been bombed by Russian aircraft. So I don't think there's any love lost between the Syrian public writ large and the Russian government. But I also have to say, I think the Syrians now want peace. They want good relations with as many states as they can, perhaps with the exception of Iran. And they would accept help rebuilding from just about any quarter, whether it's Western interest, Gulf interest, China, even Russia. The priority, I think, for the population is reestablishing some degree of economic stability and eventually prosperity.
Russia is, of course, where Bashar al-Assad is understood to be residing these days. He fled there on the 8th of December, so almost exactly 11 months ago. Was that a day you ever predicted? And what do you think is going to happen to him?
No, I have to say I was shocked at the speed with which the Assad government collapsed 11 months ago. I think many observers were, but I certainly was. And I think many Syrians were surprised as well. I think perhaps even Ahmed Shara was a little surprised at how quickly the regime fell.
Okay, and of course, uniting Syria is an enormous task. It's extremely complicated, and you know better than anyone the fabric of Syrian society and the complexities of it. How would you assess the progress and the achievements of President Bashar in bringing about the unification of this country?
The good news is that Syria has not become another Libya in the wake of the Assad government's collapse. That's good news. It's not another Libya, but there is an enormous distance to go in terms of helping the country reintegrate different communities into a broader fabric that supports the government in Damascus. So, for example, Kurdish communities in northeastern Syria and the Druze community in southern Syria around Suwaida, both do not, they reject flatly that the central government should take the lead in, for example, providing security in their towns and in their cities. They reject a fiat from Damascus about what the shape of the next government should be. And so there's a long distance to go. The absence of any kind of transitional justice mechanism which would hold people accountable for human rights violations, both those committed by the Assad government, but also those committed by Shara's security forces and security forces under the Syrian Democratic Forces leadership in northeastern Syria, the Kurdish militia there, and the Druze militia in Sueda. The absence of any kind of transitional justice mechanism there is delaying progress.
And just lastly, I mean, you've been in Syria earlier on this year. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously that was quite a while ago. It was in January, but I wonder whether anything struck you about the difference between today's Syria and the Syria you knew when Bashar al-Assad was still in power.
I think the number one difference is that people have hope and people are free to express their opinions. And so you have protests. For example, in Damascus a couple of months ago, there were protests about rent prices in the old city of Damascus. Civil servants have protested because of delays getting their payments. Civil society groups have held protests because they're worried about the government restricting their operations. So that kind of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly was completely absent during the Assad administration, or the Assad regime, I should say. But there's a very long way to go, very long way.
Will you be going back anytime soon?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Robert Ford, US Ambassador to Syria during the years 2011 to 2014. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, I'm joined now by Jasmine El-Gamal, who is the host of the View From Here podcast and also a former US Pentagon Middle East advisor. Jasmine, always a pleasure talking to you. I mean, looking at the scenes on our screens today, we're talking about the first visit to the United States by a Syrian head of state since independence from France in 1946. I mean, what a stunning year it's been for Syria's new president.
Absolutely. So good to be with you as always, Tom. I mean, certainly a stunning year, a hugely significant moment for Syria, for Syrians, for this Syrian president. If you look at the background of President al-Shara, where he is now, how far he's come, the way that he's developed, and the fact that he's now meeting with the President of the United States in the White House, it's absolutely unbelievable. But it really just goes to show how much progress the Syrian president has made in reaching out to key members of the international community, trying to allay their concerns, trying to share his vision and Syrians' vision for what they want their country to look like and to offer in the future. So I expect that we'll see a lot of conversations around how to stabilize Syria even further. We're going to hear them talking about economic development, about counterterrorism, and different kinds of issues that are all going to be related to the question of how do we continue to help Syria on its path towards becoming a stable and secure member of this region.
Right, and I mean, another sign of just how different the world is from 12 months ago when Bashar al-Assad was still in power. I mean, there are reports that the United States is planning to establish some sort of a military presence in Syria. It could be an airbase close to Damascus. I don't know if you've heard those reports, but if confirmed, I mean, what an extraordinary development.
That's right. And, you know, the U.S. has maintained a presence and has had a presence in Syria throughout the years as part of its work towards the countering ISIS or defeat ISIS coalition. The U.S. has always had an interest, this is back from when I used to work in government, of trying to counter that ISIS threat, which is still very much present. But now we're seeing the government of the United States actually for the first time participating and cooperating with the central government in Damascus, as opposed to what it was doing before, which was sort of working around the central government. And so it's a huge step forward in terms of the level of cooperation between the two countries. I mean, Tom, I know you've seen this too. This is going back to President Trump's first meeting with Ahmed al-Shara, with the president of Syria in Saudi Arabia, where he really seems to have taken a personal interest and a personal liking to the Syrian president and is influenced very much by leaders like Crown Prince MBS in Saudi Arabia and President Erdogan in Turkey, who are all letting Donald Trump know that the key to a stable and secure region really is Syria. And it looks like he's listening to them.
Right. I mean, that meeting in May in Saudi Arabia had President Trump describing President al-Shara as a young, attractive guy, a tough guy, a fighter with a strong past. I mean, why do you think President Trump decided to take a chance on President al-Shara? And to what do you attribute what appears to be very good chemistry between the two men?
I think a lot of it is about personal relationships. I mean, Trump famously operates on the basis of whether or not he simply likes you. So there's that personal connection. I think by all accounts, whenever President Shara has met with someone, he has walked away, or that person has walked away being quite impressed, or at the very least willing to keep an open mind. We saw him meeting with, I believe it was Congressman Brian Mast, who had been a holdup in the conversations about how quickly and whether to remove fully the sanctions on Syria. And the congressman walked away from it, saying, okay, I believe that Syria needs support. So he seems to have this ability to be very thoughtful and very measured and very persuasive in laying out this future vision for Syria, which is predicated on peace with its neighbors, on economic development for Syrians, a better future for them, and a pathway for Syria to become a really constructive member of the Middle East, which, if you look at Donald Trump's ultimate plan for regional peace and the pathway to that peace, certainly runs through Syria.
Right, and another sign of the overall alignment between Damascus and Washington, another report emerging that Syria has foiled in recent months a number of, well, at least two credible, I'm told, plots to assassinate President Ahmed al-Shara. These were plots cooked up by the Islamic State group. I mean, do those reports sound credible to you? Have you heard anything about them?
I haven't been following that, to be honest with you, but I will say, like I was saying before, Tom, that the ISIS threat continues to be a really relevant threat and has been, even when it was out of the headlines. You have ISIS activity still ongoing in Syria. You have the camps in the north that hold former ISIS fighters that is going to have to be dealt with. Of course, it also holds women and children, the children, of course, who had nothing to do with the choices that one or both of their parents made. But it just goes to show the level of challenges that still remain. And counterterrorism is going to be one of those areas of focus between the United States and Syria, particularly because of the extent of those challenges. So we are expecting to see a joining of Syria into the counter-ISIS coalition, or the defeat ISIS coalition, as the administration calls it, de-ISIS, joining 88 other countries in that coalition and taking other steps similarly, whether it's vis-a-vis talks with Israel or Turkey or the Gulf, really looking at ways to start securing Syria's borders and dealing with the threats against it from the outside in.
Right. I mean, Syria was, of course, until 11 months ago, a key ally of Russia and Iran. And since the fall of Bashar al-Assad, I'm just wondering whether Russia and Iran's loss has translated directly into gains for the United States, not only, but also maybe Turkey and the Gulf to some extent as well. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Tom. And I would say, I mean, especially when it comes to these sort of regional rivalries that have played out in Syria for decades, I think it's too soon to really tell where the dust settles and who ends up with more influence versus less. I will say that it is certainly true that Iranian influence has diminished, in no short part to the decimation of Iran's proxy Hezbollah, who had been operating in Syria for years, acting as a conduit between Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And when it comes to Russia, I will say that another characteristic of President al-Shara, other than his ability to convince people and sound convincing and thoughtful, is that he's also known to be quite pragmatic. And so the way that he's dealing with Russia is along those lines of pragmatism, where he's certainly not, pushing them away. He's not trying to form any enmity with Russia, but he is making it clear in his own way and through conversations with the Russians that Syria is a sovereign country, will look after Syrian interests, and is happy to cooperate with other countries based on mutual interests, but that things are going to be very different from the way they were in the past.
And do you think there have been elements from Russia and Iran, as well as from the Assad regime, that have tried to interfere in Syria's current reality and perhaps muddy the waters to some extent? Do you think there's been an element of that?
I mean, not to my knowledge in terms of just the day-to-day operations. I mean, you have to, if you look at the big picture, and look at all the different interests of the different countries bordering Syria. And this, Syria as a country, as I've mentioned, has long been a battleground for proxy battles between its neighbors. So whether that was Russia, and not just its neighbors, globally as well. So under the Assad regime, whether it was the US versus Russia, whether it was Turkey trying to exert its influence in the north, or the Gulf trying to exert its influence, it's always been a bit of a battleground. And I think what the president is trying to do is really try to minimize that external influence and try to get back to the core issues that Syrians are going to be really challenged with moving forward: economic security, economic development, and counterterrorism. I expect those to be really the two most significant pillars of conversation in his visit with President Trump.
Okay, you had a feline visitor there while you were talking to me.
I know.
Who wanted to be part of the conversation.
On the situation.
I mean, clearly uniting Syria is a monumental task for a number of the reasons that we've mentioned, the fabric of society, really, and the fact that the country has been severely damaged by 14 years of violence. How would you assess the overall progress up until this point, these last 11 months of President Ahmed al-Shara?
That's a really good question, Tom, and I would obviously leave it to Syrians to have, a verdict on that. But I will say, as an analyst, as an outside observer, that there have been both positive steps on the part of the central government as well as missteps, and that the central government seems to be trying hard to find a route towards inclusivity and inclusive governance. You've seen terrible occurrences in the last year, both on the coast, in Latakia, and in the south, in Sueda. You've seen the central government struggle with that and come under heavy criticism from certain aspects of Syrian society, but one can, I think, say that there is a move towards a more inclusive government and a move to listen to different elements of Syrian society. Whether or not the central government is doing that enough to assuage different Syrians' fears, I would leave that up to Syrians really to make that judgment.
And lastly, and just briefly, if you will, I mean, how far off do you think elections could be in Syria?
It's $1 million question, really. I think that you know, there are elements of security and economic development that I think the president of Syria is focused on right now as his priorities. I can't tell you about a timeline for elections. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that's all we have time for. A very big thank you to Jasmine Al-Gamal, host of the View from Here podcast and former US Pentagon Middle East advisor. Thanks again. Now, turning our attention to Gaza, where a ceasefire deal has been in effect for 1 month now. Well, on Monday, President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who helped broker the ceasefire, met the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem. This is part of the US push to stabilize the truce and lay the groundwork for its next phase. Meanwhile, in Gaza itself, the UN Children's Agency UNICEF says that Israel continues to deny the entry of essential items, including syringes, which will be used to vaccinate children. This as they carry out a massive children's vaccination campaign. Well, we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Sayed Ghanem, who is the chairman of the Institute of Global Security and Defence Affairs and also a visiting professor at the Royal Military Academy in Brussels. Dr. Ghanem, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
According to some reports we're reading, efforts to advance President Trump's peace plan in Gaza are facing some serious challenges right now. Some are saying the plans are faltering. The State Department, however, is saying that tremendous progress is being made in advancing that plan. What's your reading of where we are right now?
Okay, as you are aware that this plan is divided into several phases, and the first phase should be done by giving all hostages, dead or alive, and alive or finished, dead are almost to be finished very soon, and at the same time to release some prisoners from Palestinian as well, and there are some, discussions about the names, especially Barouti and so on. So it's the first phase. Second phase is really important. And remember, the first phase was related to the withdrawal of the Israeli forces inside Gaza, not outside Gaza. So that we have 3 lines. We have the blue one, yellow one, which we are right now, and then the red one, which I don't think we will reach that easily. So that's why I think the second phase, which is implementing with a stability force, will be very difficult. And right now, it's facing some challenges. You know that we are waiting for the final resolution by the United Nations. It will be composed of which countries? Remember that United Arab Emirates declared somehow that they are not that ready or not to participate with forces, even though they were interested, or at least very, very potentially are interested to do that, or we expected that they will be members of this force. So this force composing it, and as you are aware, it's an international force composed of Islamic and Arab states, must be accepted by both, which I mean here Hamas and Israel. And the time Israel does not look at Hamas as counterpart. And this is one of the main challenges. That's why you don't find ceasefire anytime. And also, we will not find this kind of agreement. And that's why, just before we start, we told you the difference between peace enforcement and peacekeeping in this case, because they want that all the mission to be implemented on Hamas only.
Okay. What is the difference actually between peace enforcement and peacekeeping?
Okay. So peace enforcement is more British, by the way, and it's related to chapter number 7 in the United Nations. Like, for example, when I was Chief of Staff United Nations mission in Nepal, it was peacekeeping or peace support, which is very close to peacekeeping. It is to maintain peace between the two parties. And remember here, it's maintaining peace with peaceful procedures, monitoring, observing, and following up until, which was both of them post-conflict. But peace enforcement, usually it's between conflict and post-conflict phase. So, but peacekeeping always, or let me say, is in post-conflict phase. At the same time, peacekeeping is between two parties together, like in everywhere. But peace enforcement in this case here is another different. Peace enforcement usually to be implemented on both parties, even by force, whoever does not submit or is not submitted to the resolution of the United Nations to stop fire. But in this case, only one part, which is the Palestinian, Hamas, will be the one who submitted for that. And remember, it's not only by force, but before that, by procedures. Like, for example, disarming. and remember disarming in Lebanon, right? So disarming in Lebanon should be in peaceful way, without intervention of any forces. Only we have UNIFIL right now, and then they should observe that within peacekeeping, not peace enforcement. But if it not succeeds before end of this year, so maybe Israel will go by force. It's different here when you come with Gaza, that the peace enforcement will use its force when it's needed. If Hamas is not submitted to the procedures to disarm itself, or if any harassment happened by their side or violation in this case. And that's why in this case we will find the peace enforcement will be the responsible in front of United States, in front of Israel, in front of the international community to maintain the peace or to restore it or to keep it or even to create it inside this region, not Israel.
Okay. I mean, some people are talking at the moment about a partition of Gaza between an area controlled by Israel and another one ruled by Hamas. I think that's a sort of a temporary measure or a temporary vision. What would that mean? And what would it mean for Palestinian statehood aspirations if there were to be a partition of Gaza?
I was always asked about something technical. What's the difference between military and security? So if you see the military operation started by Israeli late October 2023, the partition was from north to south. I mean, the plan was to divide Gaza from north to south, like 3 parts, 2 parts, whatever, but north to south. But here, security partition, not military partition or security plan, was to divide Palestine, or Gaza, I'm sorry, from, west to east. Look at the difference now. So, and what's the difference here? That when I divide it operationally, as I told you, it does not secure outside Gaza. When I divide it operationally or militarily from north to south. So still, whatever they are in the north, they are in the middle, they are in the south, so they can harm outside Gaza any settlements because they are bordering, But in this case, when you have the yellow line, do you remember? We have blue line, yellow line, and red line. So we think that maybe yellow line, we have 3 scenarios. Okay, first scenario, which is most needed one, which is a very ideal one, that's to withdraw until blue line and then withdraw outside Gaza. Do you remember in the beginning I told you it's not that possible that they will withdraw from all lines recently, so we believe maybe they will divide Gaza security-wise from west to east using the separator of yellow line to be Palestinians east of yellow line, to have Israeli, east of the yellow line, bordering the settlements outside Gaza, and Palestinians, whoever, Hamas, not Hamas, to be north. But some Palestinians who are pro-Israeli or very, very peaceful, can say that they are trusted by Israeli, can be living in the eastern side, from the yellow one. Third scenario, that maybe yellow line will not be the separator, maybe blue line. I mean that Israeli will continue moving gradually until they reach the blue line, and then they put only Hamas at the coast, and any other Palestinian maybe can harm outside Gaza to any Israeli, and then to make sure you are between the sea and between our forces in this area. And the last point I would like to tell you here, look at the reconstructions. That's why there was some dispute inside the government by some ministers when they said what? They said, if you would like to make reconstructions, don't do it in the eastern side, close to the settlements, because all Palestinians will be keen to come and live here, and the danger will continue against us. That's why, if you want to start reconstructions, do it west of, close to the sea, seashore, make the reconstruction to absorb all Palestinians to live there, and this one guides us to think about the blue line will be the main separator, not only the yellow line.
Huge reconstruction is needed, about $70 billion US dollars.
Exactly.
But it seems like a very long way off, doesn't it, reconstruction? Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about reconstruction when there was only airstrikes carried out on Gaza a couple of weeks ago?
The airstrikes or whatever, any kind of fire by Israel is for some reason, which I told you one of the many challenges, that suppose that any country is fighting the other and then the UN resolutions to cease fire, both countries should respect, right? But in case of non-state actor, which is prescribed as terrorist, so as Israel, I would like to show always I'm not in front of counterpart. And every country around me, including Egypt, for example, is the main sponsor right now, should, comply to this, as they are not my counterpart. And that's why I use the fire just to prove to anybody. Using fire is what? Just, if you read, and you always read any kind of news about Israeli use of fire, they end with some statement. Remember me when you see it? They said what? Because after we discovered that there will be source of threat to our Israeli forces, you have to finish with this sentence. Why? Because this is something like a direct reason why we strike them, but also there is some indirect reason to show in the back mind to all over, everywhere inside this region or outside, that we are not counterpart to Hamas, we are not counterpart to Hezbollah, and we will use our fire whenever it's needed.
Okay. Obviously, the disarmament of Hamas is a massive challenge, isn't it? And I just wondered, looking at how Hamas has been reasserting itself in recent weeks, whether we're seeing any signs of progress, or is that mission impossible, do you think?
I'm sorry, if I get you, you mean concerning the mission, concerning the stability force itself?
Getting Hamas to disarm is one of the priorities of this ceasefire plan. And it's a hugely complicated task, not least because Hamas seems to be reasserting itself. They seem to be showing that they're not going anywhere. Is this looking like it's going to make any progress?
Okay, that's a very good point. As you are aware, Hamas, they had or used to have some specific types of weapons, no strategic weapons. The strongest ones were rockets or missiles, and those missiles, they were like Millers, which we call MILRS, these rocket missiles, as you are aware, and they are not strategic at all. This is the strongest ones they had. And then they have the light weapons, they had, some like anti-tank weapons and so on. So when you disarm them, it's not that big issue, if even when I compare with Hezbollah. So what about comparing with Iran, what they have? But the point here, disarming Hamas is something like what? Fighting between regular armed forces and non-state actor is really different. Defeating them it must be clear in what? That I surrender. I stopped my activities. And I have to show that I don't have anything more to cost you much to pay with lives, with money, with time, with whatever, just to defeat me. But now we reach the point of what? It's something like defeating Hamas, but not decisive defeating. So they would like to make it decisive defeating by declaring disarming Hamas, That's why I don't think Hamas lost their will. And they are between 2 points, between that I still have some will. We try to convince Hamas now to convince some countries, maybe Egypt, maybe others, to support my existence, because sustainability, survival, of Hamas is something. It's not victory, but it's not also defeat. So, keeping this by making disarming not that easy for you, and that's why one of the challenges in this phase or the coming, within this phase and the others, that Hamas will not accept disarming, and maybe some violence will happen, or at least by mistakes. And remember, Hamas is not regular army, and controlling elements is not as everybody expects. Sometimes maybe you'll find some individual actions by any element of Hamas not to give you and then you think it's like regular armed forces, and they did not respect that, and then war will be launched again. But it will be something like killing off Palestinian and Hamas again, and increase or getting back to what's going on right now.
Okay, clearly there's a lot of momentum. There's a huge push by the United States to make this work. Do you think that momentum is going to have the desired effect? Do you think something's different this time from previous efforts to bring about peace in Gaza, peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians? Do you think President Trump and his plan and all the international momentum that's there is going to somehow deliver something that's never been delivered before?
Here is some problem. What is it? That there is some impression, let me tell you, at such levels, force in this region, that this stability force is for sake of Israel. You know, it's not like any peacekeeping force or even peace enforcement force. Peace enforcement force, by the way, it was used in Serbia, you know, Kosovo, if you remember. So, but it was international resolutions, really, and, you know, it was against who was killing the civilians, if you remember this. But now it shows to us as something like between Trump and Netanyahu, and as I told you, it's not between two countries, it's not between two counterparts, and that's why it serves more what Israeli wants. And look, how, for example, where they will be stationed. They will be in Egypt. Egypt is not part of that, right? If they would like, I mean, this is stability force, I mean. So that's why, you know, it should be in Israel, because you are one of the parties. But as I told you, they don't consider them as counterpart to them. So that's why I don't think this progress of plan of Trump is complete as UN resolution, or as this non-UN mission, but UN resolution. It's only, by the way, who will fund this mission? Who will fund the reconstructions? And that's why maybe more countries will withdraw from this sooner or later, because it's not successful. You know, I don't say it's not successful, but I say it's not logic to be implemented easily and softly.
Okay. Moving just to our attention to the other side of Israel's border, to Lebanon. Obviously, US patience with the Lebanese government seems to be wearing thin. They've been demanding that Hezbollah disarm as well, and Hezbollah somehow be done away with. Why is it taking so long? And is this something that the Lebanese government can realistically achieve?
Case in Lebanon should be better. Why? Several partners from outside even are participating, like France, USA, UNIFIL itself. But as you see, UNIFIL is one of the most successful missions in this region or outside as well, as I told you, because it could keep the peace for 10 years until now. But the problem here, when UNIFIL, this is the last news, if you read it, that they are diminishing according to the budget or whatever decision of the United Nations, and I can understand that. But at the same time, what you will do, if UN is out, I remember in the beginning of this war, against Lebanon, ground forces, you remember September last year, I remember also, our expectations that the only, or assessment that the only obstacle against Israeli forces not to make a huge or total war, let me say, against Hezbollah inside, was UNIFIL. Because you don't want to take them, and remember, some accident happens, and one from Indonesia has been killed, one of the soldiers, United Nations soldiers. So I want to say here that UNIFIL really is stabilizing the situation. So if UNIFIL leaves, it will come with the end of this year, which is a deadline that Hezbollah must be disarmed. Hezbollah will never accept disarming. And remember, $1 billion has been paid, according to the news, from Iran to Hezbollah to reinforce themselves. Still that we believe, yes, they have, I think, according to our statistics, they have 45 and up to 60,000 still weapons, let me say missiles, mostly are tactically, as I told you, this close range or short range. Strategic, they have only hundreds, which is not that big, but remember, when hundreds from Iran in June launched against Israel, it was disaster to Israel. So when they come together from Israel, from Houthis, and also from Iran, what will happen with Israel? So that's why Israel, I think, they paid the invoice earlier, ready to use their own forces against Hezbollah, because you know very well that Hezbollah will never accept disarmament, and Hezbollah even would like to have the Lebanese government, the Lebanese armed forces, under their flag to fight Israel. They think this way.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Ghanem, we're nearly out of time. All this week, it's been very much eyes on Syria, hasn't it, with what's been happening in Washington and President Bashar's visit there. The United States has always argued, though, well, in the last few years at any rate, that a stable Syria means a stable region. Do you think that's the right logic?
Yes. Yes, for some reason. Remember, we have Iraq, we have Syria, and they are between Lebanon and Iran. So according to this, we believe that really Iran was which we call proxies. So they affect the stability of the region when you are using non-state actors in Iraq in the heart of the Khorasan, and to the northern bridge or the western bridge in the Mediterranean you are using Syria and Lebanon, and from the southern bridge you are using Yemen, using Houthis there, all of them non-state actors, including inside Iraq. So Syria in the middle. Syria is a passage, when it comes from Iran. Syria is the biggest country, and the main difference between Syria and Lebanon, not only geographic, not only demographic, but also sects. Not sects. In Lebanon, there are sects, like sectarian when you look at it, but in Syria it's ethnic. So they have different ethnics. Like, I was surprised when Syria is so-called Arabian country, because it's Arabian country, yes, but including other ethnics, they are not Arab at all, like Kurds and so that's why it's very difficult. So if you have stability, if Syria, like any European country, let me say like Switzerland especially, for example, they have different ethnics, as you are aware, Romanian, Italian, French, German, and so, and they are really building one country together, very successful. Suppose that Syria is like this. So something will be much different, and stability will come not only in the north with the Mediterranean Sea or the west, or also to the south, down to Red Sea. And then the 5 main objectives of United States will run very successfully. Protecting maritime routes, protecting the energy, counter-terrorism, also confronting its opponents like China and Russia, and at the same time to maintain the balance of power among the regional powers. And this will all, for sure, will maintain stability for country like Israel, very developed. They implement the same political system of United States of America, and they have their big lobbies inside the United States, and then not to merge them among the Middle East, but at least to find its position among the Arabian countries. That's why Syria is very important, I think.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed Ghanem. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, the US President Donald Trump says he's looking forward to meeting Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara again. This after their historic meeting yesterday at the White House. While President Trump said it had been an honor to spend time with his Syrian counterpart, and he called President al-Shara a strong leader. Well, this was the first time that a Syrian president has visited the White House since the country's independence from France in 1946. And there was good news for Syria during this visit to Washington, as the US Treasury Department announced that it's suspending the imposition of Caesar Act sanctions for 180 days. Well, Hagar Shamali is a former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council under President Obama. She joins us now from New York. By the looks of things, Hagar, that meeting between President al-Shara and President Trump was pretty successful, wasn't it?
It was successful for what the administration was trying to achieve, yes. For me, I was spokesperson at the Treasury Department when we sanctioned al-Shara, then Mohammed al-Jolani. So it was a bit jarring to see him being welcomed at the White House. But at the same time, he's proving to say the right things, and he wants to be a pragmatic leader, and that works very well with the Trump administration. And President Trump wanted a low-key meeting where they could talk seriously and try to achieve certain goals, and they did. Syria agreed to join the counter-ISIS coalition. They agreed to include the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Kurds, better into the army. And Trump pledged to support Syria-Israel talks for a security agreement specifically. So it was, for sure, by all accounts, a successful meeting.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it was a low-key meeting in the sense that a lot of the talks happened behind closed doors, not a huge media presence. Do you think it's fair to say the two men get along quite well?
It certainly seems like that. When they first met months ago, when President Trump visited Saudi Arabia and the Crown Prince pushed him to meet with al-Shara, from the get-go, it seemed like a fairly good relationship. And from what I see from my work in Washington, D.C., there's just a lot of hope there for Syria. And that doesn't just come from the Trump administration, by the way. It also comes from Capitol Hill. Both leaders on both sides of the aisle have a lot of hope for Syria and for working with al-Shara, not so much because they trust him, but because they see an opportunity there. They see somebody who is looking to make deals in order to invite investment. And it's an opportunity for the United States to try and undermine Iran's influence across the region further, and also to strike these peace deals, which is obviously a key goal of Trump's vision for the Middle East.
Right. I mean, you've sort of answered the question, but I want to ask you anyway. I mean, why do you think it is that President Trump has decided to make Syria such a key focus?
Absolutely. Well, they certainly play a critical role for a number of reasons. The first is, as we mentioned, the Iranian influence across the region. That has been a hallmark, undermining that has been a hallmark of the Trump administration from, and actually, by the way, for U.S. administrations for the past several presidents. However, President Trump is particularly interested in it now that you have this crumbling of the axis of resistance. He wants to solidify that. He wants to make sure that Iran can't rearm and refund all of its proxies in the Levant. And Syria used to be the main way it did that. It used to use Syria as a land bridge, obviously. Now, President al-Shara doesn't have full control over all of Syria. There are still entry points into Lebanon, for example, that are concerning, that are controlled by Hezbollah, for example. But that said, there is a lot of opportunity there. So that's on one hand. And then the other is that you have a leader that, because he is interested in Syria, because he's interested in inviting investment, massive amounts of investment that are needed into Syria, relinking Syria to the international financial banking system, and reconstructing what is planned to be something in the trillions of dollars. Al-Shara is showing an openness to talks with Israel, to kicking foreign fighters out of Syria, to opening a base for the United States in Damascus. A lot of security steps here that are in line with U.S. national security interests, and certainly for President Trump's goal to expand the Abraham Accords, hopefully, and lead President Trump to a Nobel Peace Prize. If that happens in Syria, Lebanon would surely be next.
Is this something you ever saw you ever imagined when you were working in government, that the United States would be building a military base close to Damascus?
No way. In fact, and listen, maybe that's because for my lifetime, Syria had always been under the brutal dictatorship of Hafez al-Assad and then Bashar al-Assad. And it always felt as though there was no way out. I handled the first 2 years of the Syria crisis when I was director for Syria and Lebanon. And it felt as though this was a dictator who, well, it's certainly not how we felt at the beginning, but as time wore on, it felt like this was a dictator who would never leave, who would never fall. And it was stunning enough to see al-Shara and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham take over the way they did. Nobody could have expected that. But then to see him invited to the White House, to the Oval Office, that's not something the White House does regularly for any leader. They do it particularly when they see a potential partner. And that's the thing here that's just so stunning. But no, and a base in Damascus, no way. But the positive effects of that for the United States and its national security interests are infinite.
And what do you think the message is from that meeting, those two men shaking hands, seeing President al-Shara playing basketball with US officials? What message do you think comes out of that, and what gets sent back to the region by way of a message?
Well, there are a couple of things, but one of the most important, actually, and I focused on this because I work on Lebanon still to this day. I work very heavily on Lebanon. And is if you are a leader that's willing to work with the United States, that's willing to make the courageous and difficult decisions toward peace, against terrorism, against foreign fighters, against Iran, those are obviously interests that are in line with national security interests, then the U.S. will work with you and invite you and support you in that effort. And we will work together in that way. And one of the things I caution here, because I don't want to jump to a conclusion that President al-Shara is somebody that we can trust in the United States, that it's going to be an ally, a new ally, that it's going to be a lovey-dovey relationship. No, the U.S. is very realistic on who he is. That's why sanctions were only temporarily lifted. Again, they renewed the withdrawal of Caesar Act sanctions for another 6 months. Because whatever they do with President al-Shara needs to be conditioned. They need to make sure that he's going to, for example, protect minorities, that he's going to hold free and fair elections, that it's not going to turn into a repressive Islamist regime, for example. But the U.S. is walking into it with its eyes wide open. And so the message to the region is, we are open for business. There are many ways we can partner if you work with us in good faith. And working toward peace is the most important piece of that.
Meanwhile, Hagar, what do you think Israel makes of all of this?
The Israelis are definitely interested in working with President al-Shara on a security agreement. They are very cautious, though. So they also see the opportunities there. They don't want any jihadis near their border. That's a message that they made very clear to President al-Shara, but also they feel very strongly about the protection of minorities, particularly the protection of the Druze. And they've made this, not only have they shown that in their own efforts when you had violence against the Druze in Sweden, but this is a message that they repeat to President al-Shara repeatedly, and that they ask the United States as well to use its leverage and clout over President al-Shara. Don't forget that the United States still has these sanctions in place for the most part, and that is leverage the United States can use to try and force President al-Shara into making progress on issues that are of importance, including, for example, the protection of minorities. But the Israelis are interested, for sure. They're mixed in their views in terms of how much to lean into the relationship, but overall they are open to the discussions with them because they see the opportunity there.
Right, so the sanctions have been put on hold for 180 days, the Caesar Act sanctions. There were talks between President al-Shara and the chief of the IMF over potential aid for Syria. I mean, he didn't go back to Syria empty-handed, did he?
No, he went to Washington hoping to push for a full withdrawal or a permanent withdrawal of Caesar Act sanctions. Caesar Act sanctions are incredibly comprehensive. They target the Syrian government and anybody that supports it. They target sectors like military, energy, reconstruction. They really effectively cut the country off of the international financial banking system. And also, by the way, they threaten anybody who does work with the Syrian government and these sectors with secondary sanctions, which isolates Syria even further. So when I worked in sanctions for a very long time, so I'm happy you asked me about this. When you do a withdrawal, when you temporarily withdraw sanctions for 6 months, the issue for that, on the Syrian side, is that those other international partners are still wary because of working with you, because they're worried, well, what if those sanctions snap back into place? Then my company or my bank or whichever it is will end up being exposed to a level of risk. And that for these companies, multinational corporations and banks, is unpalatable. So he did walk away with a couple things: the renewal of the Caesar Act sanctions, the promise of Trump to work toward an Israel-Syria security agreement. But it's all steps meant to get to a larger place. That support to get to an Israeli-Syrian security arrangement would likely result in more sanctions being lifted. So it's all part of a process. So he did get some wins, but not the biggest package he was looking for.
Okay, and I mean, we heard President Trump saying we have to make Syria work. And there seems to be this perception in the Trump administration, and maybe it was in other administrations as well, that a stable Syria would mean a greater likelihood of a stable region. Do you buy into that? Is that correct?
Well, I think it's one piece of the puzzle. I wouldn't say that it is the heart of it all, but I do agree that if we have an opportunity for a successful Syria, it's an opportunity we shouldn't miss, that the world shouldn't miss. And we do have to be cautious and go through this process, of course, because we have to be careful. At the end of the day, al-Shara has the history he has. He was tied to al-Qaeda. Like I said, I was at Treasury when we sanctioned him. And I knew very well who he was when I worked on the Syria war when I was at the White House. So that kind of history doesn't disappear. But that said, if he's doing the right things, and then you can work with him, and while you work with him, place these conditions to ensure that a transition to democracy is as stable as possible, that he gets control over the country to prevent a breeding ground for terrorists. This is paramount because it's a massive land bridge between Iran to the Mediterranean. We have interests, we, the United States, have interests in Israel, obviously, in Lebanon. We have interests in undermining Iranian proxies. So Syria absolutely is an important one. again, is it more important than Iraq, for example? I don't want to get into that, but that said, it is an important player for sure in helping the U.S. achieve its national security interests. And I do think it's a great thing to want Syria to succeed and to try and help it. Al-Shara has massive, massive problems. And if we can play a role in tackling them, then that would be better for its future, for sure, and for all of our futures.
And you mentioned that Iran has, essentially lost a key ally in the form of Bashar al-Assad, who controlled Syria until 11 months ago. But Russia's also lost a key ally, potentially, although President al-Shara has been to Moscow and met with President Putin. Do you think Washington would accept Russia as well being, re-invited to have operations, to have a presence in Syria at the same time as the United States having a military base there? What do you think that future relationship is going to look like?
It's a good question. President al-Shara seems very skeptical of Russia still, even though he did go visit. And he visited again because he's a pragmatic guy. And again, he has certain goals for money, investment, leadership, reconstruction, and so on. But he's wary of Russia the way he is of Hezbollah. He views both with a lot of anger because of what they unleashed against the Syrian people and his own fighting against them, essentially. And he's going to tread very carefully there. So I wouldn't foresee anyway a situation where the U.S. and Russia are on equal footing in Syria, especially because the U.S. has so much more to offer Syria. And President al-Shara knows that. That's why he wants the sanctions to be lifted from the United States, because it would make all the difference. That's why he's open to working with the Israelis and opening a U.S. base in Damascus, for example. So I don't think we'd be on equal footing anyway. But when it comes to the Trump administration specifically, I don't think that they would have a huge problem with having some kind of Russian, maybe the Syrians and Russians partner in some way, because they want to put bad blood under, they want to erase the bad blood. But I don't think the U.S. is going to be comfortable from a security standpoint in having an equal alliance, if you will.
Okay, and just lastly, when you look back at these 11 months, incredibly fast-moving and unexpected developments. As someone who's served and monitored the situation in Syria for many years, do you sometimes have to sort of pinch yourself when you think of where we are right now?
Yes, it's a short answer, and that's for many reasons. That's not just because of Syria. It's also because of how I see Iran licking its wounds after its defense capabilities were taken down, after its nuclear facilities were struck. The U.S. and Israel own Iran's skies. That means Iran is on the defense, which means that it's going to be more cautious in its bad behavior and in its efforts to rearm and fund Hezbollah, for example, and Hamas and the Houthis. Now, it is doubling down. I don't want to be naive about this. We already know that they have not changed their foreign policy objectives. They are still trying to arm and fund its proxies across the region, but it is doing so from a much weaker standpoint. And so to have all Iran and all of its proxies on its back heels this way, and their main ally, Bashar al-Assad, because this was the only one that was a state actor, aside from Iran, obviously, gone in Moscow, allegedly walking around in a burqa. That's a rumor. I don't know if that's true, but allegedly poisoned. Again, we don't know if it's true. This is a message of who's on the wrong side. And to see it go this way, the dominoes fall this way, and so quickly, is just stunning. And it happened because it started because of the Israeli strikes, without a doubt. It is stunning to see. It is also a lesson, by the way, and I'm not trying to sound like a warmonger, but it is a lesson in all the efforts. When I was in government for 12 years, and we had so much of our security apparatus was built to counter Iranian malign influence in the Middle East, for those that worked on the Middle East. And there were many different aspects to it. Secret efforts, sanctions, also working with opposition. At the end of the day, it was military force that really ended up putting Iran on its back heels, and all of its partners and allies across the region. And that is just, it's just stunning to see. And I don't think it's done.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate your analysis. Haga Shamali, thank you very much indeed.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed Phaeton. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism. So I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only, I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism, only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. Kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, and that's then that was like kind of the inspiration to I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water.
Yeah,
one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help, Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alai, I have Khalil. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. Young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea.
and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. To experiments and discover what he liked, we began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wished to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away?
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano, and drawing and sports, and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
اللي تبان صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the Foreign Secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the Foreign Secretary. Admittedly, you know, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, you know, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the Foreign Secretary, you know, because you had, you know, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, you know, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, you know, love him or hate him, but, you know, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you know, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, you know, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, you know, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, you know, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce that's taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is you know, committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, you know, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means, how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life? That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then thirdly, the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
حقبة دامية دخل على إثرها الجيش الصومالي مرحلة جديدة من الحسم بعمليات ميدانية مكثفة استهدفت معاقل المتمردين.
المعارك تتكرر بين حركة الشباب والدولة. سابقا كنا نترك منازلنا ثم نعود، لكن الآن تغيرت أساليب القتال، لأن مقاتلي حركة الشباب استولوا على منازلنا ورفضوا الخروج منها. لذلك أحضرت الدولة مدافعها وبدأت بقصفهم.
توجه بدأ مع الرئيس السابق شريف أحمد شيخ أحمد، واستمر مع إدارة الرئيس حسن شيخ محمود خلال ولايته الأولى وخليفته محمد عبد الله محمد المكنى بفرماجو. سنة 2022 مثلت منعرجا حاسما في مواجهة الإرهاب، وجهت فيها الحكومة بدعم من بعثة الاتحاد الإفريقي ضربات حاسمة للمتطرفين.
منذ مجيء الرئيس الدكتور حسن شيخ محمود للحكم في مايو 2022 أعلن قتال الدولة ضد الخارجين على القانون. تلت ذلك حملة كبيرة انتصرت فيها الدولة، وتعرض المتمردون لهزائم كبيرة. أخرجناهم من مناطق كثيرة كانوا يسيطرون عليها. عندما نتحدث عن مسافة 30 كيلومترا من مقديشو نعني بلدة بلعد والبصرة. أبعدناهم أيضا عن منطقة حرر ديري التي تبعد 8 كيلومترات عن مقديشو. نستطيع القول إن الدولة الصومالية تسيطر على قرابة 90 إلى 95% من المناطق.
تعتمد حركة الشباب في خططها على اختيار مدن ذات موقع استراتيجي لتكون معقل لها، وكانت آخر المناطق المحررة من قبضتها بلدة بريري التي تبعد نحو 60 كيلومترا عن مقديشو. البلدة مثلت قاعدة متقدمة لمقاتلي الحركة، منها تخطط الهجمات وتدير العمليات ضد العاصمة ومحيطها.
بريري منطقة مهمة. أولاً هي أرض زراعية، وثانياً هي قريبة من مدينتي مارو وافجوي وصولاً إلى ميركا، وهي تشكل أهمية استراتيجية بالنسبة للعدو. الإرهابيون يسعون للاقتراب من المنطقة وعرقلة حياة الناس والسيطرة على الطريق المؤدي إلى مقديشو. السيطرة على بريري تأتي كجزء من العملية العسكرية التي أطلقنا عليها اسم العاصفة الصامتة. المدينة لها موقع استراتيجي حيث تمكن من كشف التحركات في المناطق المجاورة لها من الجهتين.
مواجهات غيرت ملامح المدينة بعد أن غابت لفترة خلف خط النار. جثث بلا حراك شاهدة على صراع محتدم، وأمل يتجدد للأهالي بعودتهم لديارهم من جديد.
إذا بيجي الشباب قالوا هم أي واحد شعبي هم بيروح من هنا، الجماعة أول ساكن من هنا، ولكن إذا جاءهم الشباب هم قالوا يلا روحوا، ما نشوف أحد من هنا. أهلنا كلهم يبغاوا بالبيوت حقهم. إذا قالوا هم الحين بكرة ما نرجع لنا.
لا يوجد خطر قائم حاليا، بقي فقط تمشيط المنطقة ونزع الألغام التي زرعوها والبحث عن أي مخلفات لهم قد تسبب الضرر للشعب. وعندما ننتهي من هذه العملية سنفسح المجال للناس للعودة إلى ديارهم. نحن مستمرون وسنتجه إلى مناطق أخرى منها أودالي.
القبائل الصومالية أيضا دخلت على الخط بعد أن ذاقت ذرعا بالإتاوات المفروضة عليها غصبا. انتفاضة عشائرية كانت عاملا حاسما في قلب موازين المواجهة، مستندة إلى معرفتها الدقيقة بجغرافيا الأرض وتحركات المقاتلين.
من نسميهم الخوارج أو الخارجين على القانون الذين كانوا يسيطرون على جنوب الصومال هم من جماعة الشباب، يتمركزون في جنوب بونتلاند وصولا إلى الطرف الأقصى من جوبالاند التي توجد فيها رأس كامبوني، وهي جبهة عسكرية إسلامية. في الشمال وتحديدا عند جبال جلجلة وعل مسقاد توجد داعش. حققنا انتصارات كبيرة بمساعدة جيش وشعب بونتلاند. انتصرنا على جبهة الشباب وجبهة داعش.
بلغ التصعيد ذروته في مارس 2025 من خلال محاولة استهداف موكب الرئيس حسن شيخ محمود بلغم أرضي مزروع على جانب الطريق بالقرب من القصر الرئاسي. توجه دموي لا يقتصر على ضرب مؤسسات الدولة ورموزها، بل يستهدف كل من يخالف فكر الحركة الإرهابي.
كانوا يهدفون إلى إسكاتي ويريدونني أن أصمت. كانوا يستهدفون الشخصيات العامة بحيث يشعر عامة الناس باليأس عندما يقتلون شخصا أو اثنين من الشخصيات العامة لإرهاب المجتمع وإرباك الدولة. يريدون إخافة الشعب. شخصيا لم أخف ولم أغادر بلدي كما فعل صحفيون آخرون، إلا أننا لم نترك وطننا وواصلنا الحديث عنه. سينتهون في يوم من الأيام.
ضرائب غير مشروعة، تهريب، اختطاف وابتزاز، غسيل أموال ودعم خارجي، هكذا تمول الحركة نشاطها الإرهابي، مما يوفر لها نحو 100 مليون دولار سنويا وفقا لوزارة الخزانة الأمريكية.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في ذلك حركات من البراغماتية في التعامل مع العشائر، ما بين محاولة استمالة العشائر، محاولة الوقوف ضدها، إرهاب هذه العشائر والتعامل معها بالطريقة التي تتفادى فيها مواجهات. الأمر يحتاج إلى كثير من العمل من قبل ليس فقط المجتمع الصومالي، من قبل الدولة الصومالية ومن قبل أشقاء الدولة الصومالية.
برنامج كان وضعنا برنامجا اقتصاديا لمكافحة حركة الشباب الإرهابية، وشكلنا مركز الاستخبارات المالية لمكافحة الجماعات الإرهابية اقتصاديا. نجحنا في تضييق الخناق عليها اقتصاديا وقطع الدعم المالي عنها، ووفق آخر التقارير نجحنا في إغلاق 575 حسابا تابعا للحركة، كما جمدنا 21 حسابا بنكيا.
تحالفات دولية وإقليمية دخلت على الخط وضيقت الخناق على هذه المجموعات ضمن عمليات متواصلة لطردهم من مواقعهم المتمركزة أساساً جنوب ووسط البلاد.
ساعدتنا الدول المجاورة لنا مثل كينيا وإثيوبيا وجيبوتي، وهي جزء من بعثة الاتحاد الأفريقي لحفظ السلام منذ عام 2006. هناك أيضا أوغندا، وهي من الدول الأفريقية الداعمة لنا. هذه الدول شاركتنا في كل مراحل مكافحة الإرهاب، وجنودها جزء من قوات الاتحاد الأفريقي. لولا جهودهم في ملف أمن الصومال لوصل الإرهاب أيضا إلى الدول الحدودية معنا مثل كينيا وإثيوبيا وجيبوتي. أمن الصومال مرتبط بشكل كبير بالدول المجاورة له.
فقدت الحركة الكثير من نفوذها بعد تجديد الحصار عليها بالتزامن مع غارات أمريكية مكثفة، كما أدى تواتر الانشقاقات فيها إلى إرباكها وتقويض بنيتها التنظيمية.
انشققت عن حركة الشباب بعد معاناة طويلة هدفها التدمير والتخريب. لا يرحمون الضعفاء، وكنت أعيش بينهم حياة صعبة وقاسية. استسلمت للحكومة وأريد أن أعيش حياة كريمة، وأتعهد بمقاتلتهم إلى جانب القوات الحكومية والدفاع عن البلاد ضد هؤلاء الذين يقتلون الناس.
كنت أعتقد أنهم يمثلون الإسلام، وكل من يعارض أفكارهم كفرة، حتى انضممت إليهم وآمنت بأفكارهم، لكن قتلهم الوحشي للأبرياء وعدم تحمل ذلك دفعني إلى الهروب. خاصة بعد أن أمروني بتنفيذ عملية قتل وحشية، لكن قبل تنفيذ ذلك قررت الهروب.
الاقتصاد الرقمي غير قواعد اللعبة. دول تتقدم وتتنافس في كافة المجالات. آخر ما توصلت إليه التكنولوجيا، أخبار الشركات ورواد الأعمال، الخطوات المتسارعة للرقمنة في منطقتنا، التغييرات التي تؤسس الواقع الرقمي الجديد وتطرح فرصا مختلفة أمام الابتكار والاستثمار. لأن نبض الأسواق لا يتوقف. العربية بزنس.
نناقش شخصية المفكر الإيراني علي شريعتي الذي توفي عام 77. هذا الرجل مؤثر جدا داخل إيران. هل علي شريعتي هو منظر الثورة الإيرانية التي أصبح البعض يسميها الثورة الخمينية أو الإسلامية أم لا؟
هو طبعا منظر ثوري لا شك، لو استقبال به العمر ولحق على الثورة وعاد لإيران، حتمية مواجهته مع رجال الدين الحاكمين لإيران حتكون لا مفر منها.
هل هو لا طائفي؟
هو معادي لرجال الدين المؤسسيين، هو عدو المؤسسات إجمالا.
الكاتب والباحث السعودي الأستاذ كامل الخطي، ما هي قيمة علي شريعتي لدرجة أن يتجاوز الإطار الإيراني ويصبح حتى في الإطار العربي؟
سجال مع مشاري الذايدي.
علي شريعتي يرثى ويؤبن أكثر وأكثر من أن يدرس.
السبت 3:30 على شاشة العربية.
مقديش التي كانت تنام على أصوات الانفجارات وتصحو على هواجس الأمن وآثار الرصاص المرسوم على الجدران، بدأت اليوم تستعيد ملامحها المنسية. هدوء حذر تحت ظل يقظة دائمة، نقاط أمنية في كل مكان، حواجز خرسانية ثقيلة في تقاطعات المدينة، دوريات عسكرية تراقب كل المنافذ عن كثب، روتين تفتيش يومي لا يزال حاضرا في كل زاوية. شارع زوبي الذي شهد أعنف الهجمات الإرهابية في تاريخ العاصمة في أكتوبر 2017 وأكتوبر 2022 يشهد الآن مرحلة جديدة من البناء والتطوير في محاولة لاستعادة الأمن الذي سلبته سنوات العنف. سوق بكارة إحدى أكبر أسواق القرن الإفريقي ومركز الحياة الاقتصادية في الصومال. لسنوات كانت السوق ساحة معركة مفتوحة بين أمراء الحرب مقاتلي حركة الشباب وقوات حفظ السلام. تحملنا ذاكرة المكان إلى عام 1992